on that. It's just, yeah, it's just facing the wall.
Yeah. John, you can speak if you need to.
Morning.
Can she hear us?
Now
How's
I
my?
Yeah. Good morning, Dara.
Morning.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, she can hear. Thanks, Ishrat.
On YouTube. What time is it? I guess it's all right. Can we rename the room though to the BSA hearing? Or yeah, because it says Carlo's name. Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. This is a BSA hearing room, right? What do we normally call it?
Chris, we can all hear you. Do you want to go back to being muted? Okay, you're muted again. Thanks.
It's me, don't worry.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning, Nasser.
Morning, Chris.
Good morning, everyone. It's 10:02.
Oh, thank you for unmuting. Sorry, we're just having technical difficulty. Yes, thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It appears we've resolved the matter. Ms. Matias, you may proceed. We are live. We are streaming.
Okay. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals Review Session for Monday, September 30th, 2024. Please note for the record that Commissioner Sheta and Commissioner Otley Brown are both participating remotely. The first item up for bid, the first item
We don't do
bidding, sorry. The first item is deferral 2021-17 BZ 8719 Rockaway Boulevard, Queens.
Yes, and commissioners in the hearing room, just please make sure your microphones are on.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, microphone's on.
Yes. Yeah.
Yours is on too?
Yeah.
Let me be.
Okay. I just want to say this is the second deferral the applicant is requesting. This will be the last that will be granted. Applicant did not provide any explanation as to the reason for the delay. At the last hearing, the applicant had stated that DOB had approved the had received and approved the trash enclosure construction, and that it was going to take about 3 weeks to complete. We did not receive any updates on the work that has happened. In its August 8th submission, the applicant stated that there were minor issues remaining with the air vacuum system and parking stripes, striping the parking spaces. So expecting the work to be of a minor nature, we gave the applicant enough time till end of September to do the work, but it seems there is still a work outstanding. So I want to make sure the applicant has enough time, and it has to get done by the end of this year. And the last hearing is in December. So applicant, you're on notice. Please make sure you get your client to complete the work. Otherwise, we may have to dismiss the case.
Withdrawals, item number 24708 BZ Volume 4, 3454 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn.
Motion to withdraw without prejudice. And please note the applicant is withdrawing this application because a new BZ application pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-311 has been filed, which is the new format of the drive-through.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown. Commissioner Otley Brown, you're muted.
You're muted.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
This application has been withdrawn. Decision items, item number 3, 805-79 BZ, 88 Pine Street, Manhattan.
Okay. Applicant has revised the plans with updated inventory of the proposed amenities. Applicant states that the landscaping was not required as part of the POPs regulation that was applicable then. I would though say that the landscaping provided by the property owner on its own volition contributes to the POP space. And though landscaping was not required by prior board, I would strongly recommend and urge that the property owner maintains this existing landscaping along with the proposed plaza improvement, because it really does contribute to the whole space and encourages people to stay. And that is the intent of the POP space. Otherwise, it becomes a place of misuse. So do anybody have any statements? If not, I want to make a recommendation. Yes, I want to make a recommendation to approve with the following conditions. The following conditions are that additional POPs sign shall be installed along Water Street as per the approved plan. Inventory of seating and benches and hours for the South Plaza be indicated on the POP signs facing the South Plaza pursuant to zoning resolution section 37-61 standard. No temporary or permanent obstruction, including including artwork, shall be permitted beyond the face of the building facade, except as shown in the approved drawings. A clear circulation path of 17.12 feet wide shall be maintained from the western face of the vestibules to the western property line along Water Street as shown on the approved drawings. With that, motion to approve. Is everybody okay with those conditions? Well, it's a recommendation. It was not required, so my recommendation would be to maintain it. Can we condition it? Okay, my general counsel is saying I can condition it even though it was not required. So I'm going to then add that as a condition that landscaping as shown on the plan shall be maintained by also. Is everybody okay with those conditions? Okay, then I make a motion to approve with those conditions.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application's been granted. Item number 4, 27886 BZ, Volume 4, 1677 Bruckner Boulevard, the Bronx.
So the applicant is maintaining the current application under the pre-ZEO text of zoning resolution section 73-243. It is consistent with BSA's administrative notice, so regarding the special permit use vesting. So I then make a motion to, there were no submissions required, so I therefore make a motion to approve this extension of time for a 5-year period from the date of the grant.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 5, 10391 BZ, 248-18 Sunrise Highway, Queens.
Okay, we did receive submission as of last Friday, which shows a revised plan with 2 new street trees. And also photos have been submitted of the installed bollards along the lot line. Is everybody, did everybody have a chance to review and you satisfied with it? Commissioner Yoon?
Yes, we had asked the applicant for a confirmation that the Parks Department received their street tree application, which we have not yet received, but
It takes a while for Parks Department.
I don't think we should hold up the decision based on that.
Okay.
They did submit the evidence that they filled out the application.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
And
thank
I
you.
did actually go to the site recently and saw the bollards and saw it operating in good order, so I was happy to see that.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, in that case, I would like to make a motion to approve a 10-year extension from the term of the last grant.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 6, 2024-11BZ, 2104 64th Street, Brooklyn.
There was no submission that was required. I make a motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 7, 2420BZ, 167-36, 145th Avenue, Queens.
This also, there was no submission that was required. Make a motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Special order calendar, continued hearing items, 36203 BZ, Volume 4.
Okay, just give me a second. Okay, so we did receive a community board approval. And we did receive revised sets of plans, zoning analysis, and statement of facts. I don't have any additional comments. I was satisfied with the revisions that were made. Vice Chair Shabeta,
Thank you, Chair. No comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I have no comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. Same here.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon?
No comments.
Okay.
Okay. New cases, item number 9, 82686BZ through 82886BZ, 269-10, 270-10, and 271-10 Grand Central Parkway, Queens.
Okay, we received proof of initial filing and hearing notice. Community board, regarding community board, the land use committee, there was a meeting held with the applicant on May. And at that meeting, the land use committee requested that meeting with the North Shore Towers be held prior to the community board vote. And my understanding is that it was scheduled to be held on September 23rd. So at the hearing, I would like the applicant to give us an update of the meeting. So this is an application for an extension of term of a previously granted special permit pursuant to pre-ZEO 7330 for 10 years to permit no more than 75 non-accessory radio tower and transmitting equipment on the roof of existing 33-story building at the subject site. The term will expire on January 26, 2025. The applicant has submitted just about a year. It was filed in April of 2024, this year. So as you know, there are 3 buildings, so there are 3 individual extensions that are being requested for these 3 buildings. The applicant is seeking to retain the conditions of the prior grant, which was to limit the number of antennae to no more than 75 per building. And though there is a reduction in the total number of antennae, camera, dishes in each of these buildings. I would though say, as I was looking through the drawings, unless there was something wrong in the way I was reviewing it, I think I only saw one set of drawings that was included in all 3 special permits. And this drawing is for building 1, 271-10 Grand Central Parkway. I did not see the building drawings for 2 or 3. And when I looked through all the folders, so maybe something is wrong at my end. But if any one of you did get to review all 3, please do let me know.
Yes, they are all in the same package, and it's just a penthouse plan. It's a limited number of drawings per building, but they're all together in succession, and I'll show it
Okay,
on the screen, so everyone's looking at the same.
because I looked through it and I only could find 271-10
So this is the drawing set that we have dated September 24th.
Okay.
So you'll see here in the sheet numbered, the table of contents, we have building 1, building 2, and building 3. You have an elevation, a roof plan, and a penthouse plan, along with details. So this is for building 1,
Yeah.
which is the
They installed.
271-10.
Okay.
And you go through the details and then the penthouse plan, and then you go to building 2, which is 270-10.
I just stopped at.
They all look very similar.
Very similar. and I
So
was
it's-
looking at them.
But there are some differences in the antenna layout on each one. And then it follows to building
All right,
3.
so then my apologies. I will look through it during the break. I though would say it would be very helpful if the applicant can provide a count of the previously approved sets of antenna, dishes, camera per building roof to the current. This is just to kind of make it easy to do the math rather than us sitting through and counting each one of those elements. And with regards to the statement of facts, the applicable special permit, it should be pre-ZEO 73-30 and not 73-11. So please make that correction in the statement of facts.
And just specifically pursuant to 1146 of the new ZEO, the application is allowed to proceed pursuant to the 7330 findings that were in effect at the time of the original 1986, 1987 special permit application filed.
Because it was filed prior to the adoption of the ZEO text. Vice Chair? I'm just. Right, that's what I,
Yeah.
okay, all right. So I was asking for a count, and our general counsel suggested maybe do we do it in a tabulated format where we lay out by each building and so one column would be the type of instruments, equipments that are posted, and then three columns, building A, existing and proposed, building B, existing, proposed, building 3, existing, proposed. So I think that would be helpful.
What I'm showing here is just on per building, there's a chart
But
per
that's-
building.
that's
that shows
the-
each type of equipment
Wonderful.
and the total.
Okay.
So it's a bit different than when what you're asking for, which is a total tabulation across all three buildings in one place.
No, I'm actually asking for total tabulation by each building, but comparing to the what was approved, granted in 2016. So I can just see the difference between the various
Right.
instruments. That's really what I'm looking for. Even though at the end, the total will be less than 75, as suggested. It just makes it.
It was my understanding they were not proposing new antenna.
Right, they're not proposing. I think what I looked at, it seemed like, at least with the building one, it looked like it was a reduction
I
of
see.
the total number. And even in terms of like, there were no dishes
Okay.
that were being proposed.
Gotcha.
There was, I think, less camera, and there were less number of antennae. So that's why I just kind of want to make sure that the inventory is total inventory of each one of these buildings from existing to proposed is remaining 75 and no more.
Got it.
So with regards to the compliance chart, it was not provided. However, an affidavit from the Vice President of the Continental Communication affirmed that each building complies with the maximum limit on the antennae placed on each buildings, and no FM and AM radio antennae have been added or have been replaced, because that was one of the conditions of the prior board. All three buildings do have a TCO. Operation and maintenance plan has been provided, and an analysis of the existing radio frequency on the existing roof has been provided. It analyzed that if the RF at the subject buildings did change with respect to with respect to the radio frequency emissions, no. That it did change, but I'm reading it incorrectly. If analyzed, the subject building have changed with respect to radio frequency. Okay, so it analyzed if the radio frequency has changed from the last approved set of plans, and if all the measures are in place and are in effect.
Okay.
Now, the report concluded that if the prior conditions are followed, and that the rooftops of three buildings would be in compliance with FCC and MPE guidelines and other applicable regulations. And a sample Excel spreadsheet of the semi-annual testing was provided for December 2022. I want the applicant to confirm that the testing of the RFP is being conducted as required in the board condition and provided to the building management and the shareholders association. I think it was semi-annually or something like that. So I don't have that any document. Don't have a documentation to that effect. The applicant did also say that there are open DOB violations on each buildings, but they're not associated with the antennae or any of these equipments on the rooftop. With regards to the maintenance operation, I do want to get a little bit of a clarification from the property owner or from whoever is responsible, whether it's a combination of property owner and the equipment or just the equipment. I would like to get an update how that is going, and if they have any recorded document that they can provide as an evidence, that would be very helpful. Those are my questions. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. I think you covered all of my questions. I have nothing further.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I just have minor issues that need corrections. If you look at 827-86BZ Building 2, which is 270-10 Grand Central Parkway, the statement, page 6, talks about this building as being building number 3, but it is building number 2. And also, this building has a compliance affidavit for 828-86BZ, which was probably placed in there by accident. That's actually for building number 1. So they just need to find the one for building 2 and put it with that file.
Okay.
Those are
Yeah,
my
it
questions.
is
They're
difficult to
minor.
keep track of all of the buildings with similar things. So yeah, just kind of
Yes.
clean. Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'm going to start with the confirmation that there is no change in the antennas installation pattern. I would say I'm skeptical to that because of one of their documents actually indicated that a barrier was removed because of one of the antenna is replaced with a what they call it bidirectional one. And this, you can see this in the document called the operational plan. Although I don't believe it's an operational plan, but this is the way it's named. Let me share my screen to try to show that. Oh, someone else shared the screen.
Is this the screen that you are looking for?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but I was about to share it, but that's fine. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. If you look at this spot here, this barrier is removed. And if you read the reasoning for the removal, they say that the previous antenna was replaced with a bidirectional one. Apparently, if you give me that, can I share that document so I can play with the cursor on it? Yeah, if you compare these two, the barrier is gone. And I believe, according to what I read, the reason for that is this antenna here, this one, previously it was emitting in, and then out. It was like a circular pattern of emissions, but apparently the new one is just bidirectional. So it emits to outside the building, not to the inside. And that's why the RF intensity inside went down and they needed to, or they were able to remove that barrier. So this actually contradicts the claim that nothing changed. So they need to reference that in the statement of facts.
Okay.
This is one thing. The second thing, I believe the main pillar that supports this application is the report that's prepared by PeerCon. This is the technical report that they did the RF measurements, and they reached the conclusion that everything is within the tolerated limits from FCC. Nothing is hazardous, and if something is hazardous, we have measures in place to cover that. That's actually the spirit of that report, and it's for me it's some sort of surprising that I couldn't see even any reference to that report in the statement of facts. So my big advice to the applicant is please read that report, get an executive summary from the preparer of the report, and put that in the statement. This is what's going to make this application fly if it flies. I believe the report is good. I did read through it, and it's good. So they need to put that. All what the statement of facts said, it says the location of the antenna on the rooftop of this 33-story structure, the design and method of operation of such equipment will not have a detrimental effect on the privacy, quiet, light, and air of the neighborhood. How about safety, public safety? This is actually the meat of this application. You need to talk about public safety of people who get to that roof, if any. And this is not referenced in the statement of facts by any chance. So you need to mention that. And when you mention that, you're gonna need to grab some language, like I said, from the Pierce Carr report and put it in the statement. So this is my main take on this application for now. I believe if this is fixed, like next hearing, I hope this application is ready to wrap up. That's what I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Let's see, in addition to what has been stated, I also had questions about when the next scheduled semi-annual testing of power levels will occur. It was a condition of the prior grant in 2016, and we didn't see any documentation that it has been happening since then. So we need some discussion on whether that's been happening and when the next scheduled testing will happen. Also, the drawings that were provided as proposed seem to look identical to the prior approved plans. And on those drawings, let's see, I'm going to share. On buildings 2 and 3, there are indications of future antenna. And those are the same locations that were indicated in the grant in 2016. So it's a twofold question about whether those future antenna were ever installed between the prior grant and this grant. And if not, are they proposed to be future antenna today? What is the actual plan for updating or amending the existing plan versus the proposed, and to update your plans accordingly? I think that's all I had.
They have to file an amendment. They did.
Mhm.
Oh, the other question I had, and this may be just something that was, it wasn't clear to me which were AM, FM antenna versus something else. And because there's such an explicit condition about no replacement or addition of AM, FM antenna, it would be helpful if you indicated which ones were those.
Okay,
That's all for me.
thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Two things very quickly. I'm not sure about the requirement. I understand one of the conditions was that the semi-annual testing is done, but I'm not sure if this is an FCC requirement. If not, and I'm not an expert in RF like work. So what I'm saying is, if it's not an FCC requirement, I would like take that to annual measurements. If it's not like conflicting with any other regulations, so the applicant need to like clarify that. If not, I'm okay with making it annual or even relax it more. It's semi-annual for, we're talking about like the finest technology here, antennas. So to doubt the functionality of these antennas and measure every 6 months, I'm not sure, unless it's a requirement, like I said. The second thing is, if you look at BSA 5, the drawing BSA 5, this drawing has some details for the signage that's put on that rooftop. And I didn't like that the way the detail drawing is tied to the plans for the antennas. They need to do a better job on explaining which sign exists where, and make that more clear. It was, for me, it was like I struggled to understand which sign is located where. So they need to take a look at that one more time. Thank you.
Yeah, this was I remember being on the board when this application was heard. And I think the critical part is to find out whether the outcome of the meeting with the North Shore condominium and the information that both Commissioner Yoon and Commissioner Shetta have asked for, I think is helpful. I do agree that if FCC is the standard that we should be holding to, and based on that standard, if it is required, then we make it annually. Otherwise, we probably don't, we don't need to then make it a semi-annual. And the report that the applicant has submitted regarding the analysis, I found it very helpful. And drawings were also quite helpful in that drawing. I understand that is not something that can be translated into the set of drawings that goes to DOB, but I think a lot of the questions that Commissioner Sheta asked were like exactly where the particular signage are located. It would be helpful if that can be clarified in the drawing sets by numbering them. And we do that. I mean, when we do gas stations and everything, the applicants know, they put each numbering of each one of the signage and they indicate where those signs are located. So I do think the applicant has been, provider has been diligent in making sure they abide by regulations, but I do want the documents to support that. Thank you all for your very thorough review. Next case, please.
Item number 10, 29304BZ, 610 Lynette Avenue, the Queens. Lynette Avenue?
Yeah, Lynette.
Lynette, is that what it
Lynette.
says? Okay.
We received proof of initial filing and hearing notice. Community Board has approved this application. This is an application for an amendment to a previously approved variance to enlarge an existing 3-story religious school building located at the subject site. The applicant is seeking a waiver of the side yards and rear side yard and rear yard. Okay. So just in terms of history, back in 2005, a variance was granted for an enlargement of an existing school. And at that time, the waivers that were granted were related to FAR, street wall height, rear yard, sky exposure plane, lot coverage, and such. So the applicant has provided a compliance chart and is proposing to enlarge a portion of the building along the rear lot line, adding 2 floors, second floor and third floor. And this is because the applicant states that at the time of the initial grant, the maximum enrollment that was anticipated has exceeded since then. It has been it's been 20 years since the school opened, and the enrollment has increased to 600 when it was approved for 340 students. So, so this expansion is much needed because currently the students are, they're renting space across the site from a yeshiva to hold some of their programs and classrooms. So, given that there is, the lack of space, that's the expansion. And I was satisfied with that explanation. I do have one question. On the ground floor, there was a multipurpose room, and then there was a swimming pool. The applicant is proposing to convert that swimming pool into a multipurpose room. Though the plan says multipurpose room and gym, the statement of facts does not mention the use of that space as a gym. So I would like the applicant to clarify if that is going to be used as a gym and a multipurpose room where programs, activities, gatherings, as discussed, will be happening. As I said, I was okay with the findings related to A, which is the, in this case, it's the programmatic need. And we don't have to unpack D or E. My question is with regards to C, which is neighborhood character. Per DOT recommendation, a 225-foot safe area was required for the initial building that was approved 20 years ago, and that it be designated outside the building for bus drop-off area and a 50-foot area for a carpooling drop-off. The applicant represents that the existing drop-off areas are sufficient to meet the projected growth, and the existing enrollment of 600 students and the projected travel demand with the growth to a maximum of 645 students can be accommodated in the existing space. So I think I'm assuming the existing 600 and increase incremental of 45 may not be, but they need to provide a little bit more clarity. And I think it should be in their tech memo. So they need to extract some information from the tech memo and use that to strengthen the argument in the neighborhood character. Since the classrooms are going to be much closer to the rear lot lines of residential homes, the applicant needs to ensure that the windows will be fixed and opaque, and alternate means of ventilation will be provided for this additional portion of the building. And I also want to know if there will be any new mechanical and venting system that is going to be placed on the new roof. And if so, they need to be attenuated and located far away from the residential so that it's not visible and it's not an issue when it comes to noise as such. So those are my comments, Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further comments on this application.
Commissioner Sheta.
Oh, what about me?
Commissioner Yoon, I'm so sorry.
No,
Commissioner
me.
Brown. No, I know. My apologies. It's Monday morning. I'm sorry.
Out of sight, out of mind, really?
No, you can't be out of my sight or out of my mind. My sincere apologies, Commissioner Otley Brown.
That's okay. My question also has to go towards the character finding. Being that the building is being enlarged along the existing footprint, and it won't get any closer to the homes behind it. However, the rear wall will have an impact on those homes' light and air, and also views. And so I was wondering, is it possible that we could see photos that are superimposed with a rendering of the enlargement so we can get an idea of what they're actually going to be looking at in their back?
That's a good question. Yeah.
And as for minimal finding, I agree with you that this really is minimal. It's actually showing less gross square footage per student now after that enlargement than prior after the first variant. So I really have no problem with this.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with this, with what is said, and I just have some minor additions to it. Number one, this is in a flood zone. I understand this is not a residential use. However, please add a standard PSA flood notes to the plans. In the statement of facts, I didn't see a separate section to describe the proposed work. So I would suggest to make a separate section for the proposed development, and possibly we can start this on page 3 at the final paragraph, right after that. Also, I'm not sure if there is any violation. I haven't seen any mention for the violation in the statement. So even if they submitted the profile from DOB, if they can cite the violations, if any, in the statement of fact, that would be helpful.
Ms.
Thank you.
Prenga. Yes, Ms. Prenga. Jella?
I'll go after the commissioners finish.
Okay.
Just wanted to.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. The only comments I had were that while it may be that certain sections of Appendix G don't apply, we're not waiving any of the applicable flood requirements, as Commissioner Sheta mentioned, because they're obviously with increased occupancy, you have increased plumbing fixture requirements, and where those go and how those are applied, of how Appendix G applies to those improvements. We're not waiving any of those requirements.
So you want a note to be added to the plan to that
I think the
effect?
baseline that we're not waiving any flood requirements is fine. It's just that it's very clearly stated in the statement of facts that this certain section of Appendix G does not apply to this building. And I'm just saying specifically that one may or may not apply, but it doesn't waive any of the other potential regulations in that section.
Okay.
The other question I had is it's really just a clarification on drawing graphics. The new roof over this expansion, it is noted as an open rooftop, no occupancy. Describing it as open seems vague to me because either it's rooftop with no occupancy or it's open accessory space, so a clarification on the roof, and this graphic implies that it's a green roof. And so just clarify also to add to the chair's comment, will there be any new equipment up here? Is it going to be a green roof out of curiosity? Because that's what's shown in the drawings, or at least that's what it seems to be. And to just confirm that there is no occupancy other than the required maintenance. That's all I had.
Thank you. Ms. Prenga?
I just wanted to clarify, about the flood zone note, that both commissioners discussed. There is something on the plans right now. So we have this, and then we also have this note that indicates that they're going to comply with the zoning resolution and Appendix G4 as applicable. Is there a modification of this note that the board would prefer?
I'm okay with this note.
Is Commissioner Sheta okay with the note?
Commissioner Sheta, are you?
I did read that if it's identical to what we have as a standard language, I'm okay with it. Yeah, thank you, Jill. Litigation, including other.
Yeah, we can also make it a condition.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine. I'm fine with the language. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Move on, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Appeals calendar, continued hearing items, item number 11, 2024-01A, 2848 Farber Terrace, Queens.
Okay. This is a continuing case. Applicant made its submission in response to the comments that were received from the board and Department of Environmental Protection. A plan review application receipt from Department of Parks has been provided. The applicant states that in its cover letter, that per discussion with Parks representative, the proposed plan did not seem to impact the adjacent park. I don't need a formal letter or an email from Parks Department confirming that for our record. In its latest comment letter from September 24th from DEP, DEP has asked for additional dimensions to be shown on the plan. These are distances from existing sanitary and sewer lines located on Faber Terrace and Edgewater Road. Now, DEP in its letter states that it requires 48-foot area along the portion of Edgewater Road for installation, maintenance, and or reconstruction of the existing and future sewers. And DEP considers it necessary to provide a 14.7-foot wide sewer corridor in the bed of Edgewater Road inside the property line along the northerly lot line. When I look through the proposed plan, at the narrowest point, the building would be located 13-foot 1 inch from the northerly lot line. To meet the DEP recommendations, the building needs to set back at this eastern corner, and also no cellar or basement can encroach in this area. Applicant that must indicate the required distances, not only just from Edgewater, but also from Faber. I was actually looking at the previously approved BSA plan, and in that also DEP had required some easement along Edgewater and also Faber. So it is important that those distances, those easement be maintained. And we do need a sign off from DEP prior to granting any approval on this. As I was looking at the plan, I think it can be done, especially with regards to the Edgewater, setting the building back. There are 2 sets of staircases in this building, and I think the staircases leading from the study room can be eliminated, and it would just make the building totally within the 14-foot, 14.7-foot distance that DEP is stating. So applicant, please do make the necessary revision per DEP requirements. Otherwise, we cannot proceed. I also need to know if DOT has provided any comments, and fire department. With regards to the sidewalk, the survey is not very clear as to the existing width of the sidewalk along Faber Terrace. So the sidewalk width at the narrowest point of this subject site must be 5 foot, and it can expand. I think the applicant is proposing much wider as it moves away from the existing narrowest point. And that is resulting, I believe, looking at the previously approved plan of what another set of sewer and easements that DEP had required. So please do follow DEP's direction and make the necessary revisions to the plans. Otherwise, any approval that we make, and if DEP requires any modifications, you will have to come back to BSA for all the revisions. And it would be a condition of the board that any construction on this property would require DEP approval and DOT approval prior to getting a building permit. Those are my comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. No further comments.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Okay. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you,
Oh.
Chair. I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon.
Yeah.
Thank you. I had no comments as to the GCL 35 application, and I was wondering if the parks discussion about what happens or if there's any impact to the adjacent park could be a condition that we require before DOB approval, just because that one may or may not take some time to obtain.
I'm a little hesitant, I would say, to approve something prior to getting the park's approval, because that is going to be a critical part of positioning the building and easement. And that's the same thing goes for DEP also. So if there is any way we can help us, move that discussion, maybe we can reach out to Parks Department.
Okay.
Our staff can reach out to the Parks Department and to get
Okay.
a sense. I mean,
Sure.
it seems the applicant has had some initial discussion and they may
Yeah.
not be. And based on what the prior board had approved, it's possible that there isn't. But I want it for the record, unless anything has changed in those years.
Right. Right. Okay, that was all I had.
Thanks.
Mhm.
We are having some construction at near 22 Reed Street. So if you're hearing any banging noise, it's because of that. We apologize for that.
We don't have any control over it.
Okay.
Move on, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Item number 12, 2024-16A, 61 Muriel Street, Staten Island. I forwarded emails this morning. Did any
Yes.
See them? Sorry, wasn't able to download this morning.
No, thank you. Yes, we did receive a revised set of statements. I think this response to Vice Chair Shibeta's comment of the, discussing the statute of the GCL. So based on the comments from the initial hearing, the applicant has made its submission. A draft builder's pavement plan has been provided for the sidewalk, and a revised plan with a required set of parking spaces and curb cuts have been provided. The width of the sidewalks have also been indicated on the plan. So my questions are, what is the status of fire department review? And a note to the draft BPP and site plan has to be made that says that the reconstruction of the sidewalk shall comply with DOT standard. Even though we recognize this is a GCL 36 and it's not a mapped street, and DOT will not review BPP, but all the BPP standards of a standard DOT street shall be complied with. And also add a note to the plan that BSA is not waiving any of the underlying zoning regulations, including bulk parking and loading. Okay. Vice Chair Shibata, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I was satisfied with this application.
Okay, great. Commissioner Otley Brown,
I have no additional questions.
okay. Commissioner Sheta,
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further from me.
Commissioner Yoon,
Thank you. I just had the same FDNY status question. Nothing further.
is Commissioner, oh, I see Mr. Costanza's hand is up. Where?
No, it's just the mouse.
Oh, it's just, okay.
It looks like it.
It
Yeah.
looks like the hand is raised, right? Okay, all right.
Okay.
Let's
I
go
was
to the
just stretching.
next.
Item number 13, 2024-17A, 35 Marjorie Street, Staten Island, also received a revised statement of facts with the GCL 36 language.
Yes. And I do want to thank the applicant for being responsive and providing the corrections so promptly. So the applicant has responded to the comments that were raised at the initial hearing. We received a revised plan with the reduced number of curb cuts. Initially, there were 5 curb cuts that were proposed. It's been reduced to 12, each 12-foot wide. And the required number of parking spaces have been indicated. I have similar comments to the previous one to this. I want the applicant to confirm that the sidewalk width proposed is 4 foot wide and not 3 foot wide. I see 2 numbers written, so I just want to know which one it is. I hope it is 4 foot. Now add a note to the draft builder's pavement plan. Again, this is a GCL 36, so I want the applicant to add a note to the plan and to the draft BPP stating that the site plan and that the reconstruction of the sidewalk shall comply with the DOT standards. And add a note to the plan that BSA is not waiving any of the underlying zoning regulations, including bulk parking and loading. And I don't think we have any update on the fire department review, so we need that also.
Well, John is appearing today, Chief Daly's appearing today. so
Okay, all right, great.
We
So
should
he can
hopefully have some
update us.
information. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Shibata.
Nothing further from me.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
No additional comments.
Okay. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. Same here.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon.
No comments, thanks.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
New cases, item number 14, 2024-35A and 2024-37A. I thought we were going to kind of see us with 3032 8th Avenue, Manhattan.
Okay, before I say anything, I want our general counsel to kind of set the groundwork.
Yeah, thank
Can you
you.
wait
We'll
Okay. We'll take a 5-minute.
we'll take a
break.
5-minute break. Appellant's counsel has just stepped out of the room.
That's okay. I don't want him to miss anything. Thank you, Jill.
Just a reminder that the hearing room is live and not muted at this moment.
Oh, yeah, we can clear the screen.
No, yeah, this is just review. Becomes public hearing.
No, it's okay.
And a reminder that the hearing room mic is live.
You just want to recall it, Tony?
Yeah,
Item number 14, 2024-35A and 2024-37A, 30 and 32 8th Avenue, Manhattan.
Thank you. I'm going to just make a brief statement before the board gets into its deliberation under review session. These appeals or this appeal collectively was filed earlier in this year. I, as general counsel, made the decision to reject the filing based on an interpretation of the board's authority under the charter, specifically Charter Section 666 sub 6A states that the board has the authority to hear and decide appeals and review from truncating, order, requirement, decision, or determination of the Commissioner of Buildings, acting in accordance with the provisions of Section 642 or Section 645 of this charter. New York City Charter Section 645 titled Offices of the Department, Powers and Duties goes on to state 645 sub B, with respect to buildings and structures, the commission shall have the following powers and duties exclusively, subject to review only by the Board of Standards and Appeals as provided by law. 645B goes on to list three categories, referring to the examination and approval or disapproval of plans, requirements of construction or alteration being in compliance with the code, and the issuance of certificates of occupancy. The instant appeals or the appeal collectively here before the board was denied as not comporting with the board's authority under the charter, as albeit a determination of the Department of Buildings, it is not a determination that the charter contemplates to be directly appealable to BSA. Nevertheless, the appellant sought an order from the court which successfully ordered that the board accept the filing. The cases here today, collectively, so arising out of a denied or two denied letters of verification requests to the Department of Buildings to change a certificate of occupancy. I would ask the board to consider and answer and address the following questions. Is there a valid certificate of occupancy? What does the certificate of occupancy permit? What is the process for changing a certificate of occupancy? What is a letter of verification used for? And therefore, was DOB rational in denying a letter of verification? Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you for this. So I will go straight to my new notes. So I want to thank both the appellant and DOB for providing all the documents, and all of them were very thorough. Upon review of the documents submitted by the appellant and DOB and further review of the applicable regulations, I want to state the following. And that is the two COs that were issued prior to December 15th, 1961 is valid. And I'm basing that based on DOP did not state otherwise. And in denying the letter of verification, DOB relied on the two COs. Thus, these are valid COs. And as stated by DOB's a letter of verification, how letter of verification issued, it stated that it is issued if a CO is available and requires clarification. So I think that was enough for me to determine that they were relying on the existing CO to determine, whether the verification was the path to go or not. So in my, the question that council raised, it is a valid CO. Now, again, the documents and statements that have been made by both entities, it is not at all being disputed by both the appellant and DOB that the property is being used for stays of less than 30 days. Which is a likely reason that the appellant sought this change to reflect Class B, which is an admission that Class B occupancy is for stay less than 30 days and Class A therefore is not. And I would say it flies contrary to the applicant's argument of superior versus inferior argument of Class A, Class B. Based on then applicable 1916 zoning resolution, Article 2, Section C in Residence District. So I looked through all the regulations that were applicable then. So first I started with the 1916 zoning resolution, Article 2, Section C in residential districts, which says residential districts permitted, quote unquote, quote, dwellings, which shall include dwellings for one or more families and boarding houses, and also hotels which have 30 or more sleeping accommodations, unquote. Now, based on the evidence provided, especially it doesn't go beyond that. So the next document that was applicable is the applicable regulations and the related cases. It is evident that MDL determined the occupancy and the type of use. and classification. And prior to December 15, 1961, MDL was in effect. So the certificate of occupancy that was issued in 1961 had relied on MDL, not just on zoning resolution. So, and in that, the MDL dictated the legal use and not just the quality of the space and its differentials, and it differentiated Class A and Class B. And it was based on the duration of stay. That is, Class A is for permanent housing, 30 days or more, and Class B is to be occupied as a rule transiently, which is for a period of less than 30 days. And this is per 1954 amendment of MDL. Now, from my experience on the board, deliberating on various revocations of CO cases, there is no inconsistency in the manner in which DOB has applied the regulations. Thus far, appellant has presented a very creative interpretation of laws and provided no backup case laws to support its observation, whereas DOB has cited case laws related to MDL. For example, the Lexington Associates LLC versus City of New York, appellate code upheld Supreme Court's decision. And in this case, the duration of stay for Class A and Class B was the distinctive factor for a certificate of occupancy that was issued in 1950. So it's a 1940, I'm sorry. So it's a very relevant case. Also another BSA appeals case, I remember being part of that BSA case, related to Chandler Hotel. There also, the board had determined that in this case, it was a hotel and the applicant, the neighbors were saying that, no, it's a permanent. And there again, the difference of Class B and Class A came into question, and the Class B being a transient was what was the argument that was held. And therefore, based on that, applicable bulk and regulations were applied accordingly, it being a Class B, because there are different sets of bulk regulations for a residential versus a hotel, because by the time the use had changed. So appellant relied on the facts that being registered at Department of Finance as a hotel, paying city hotel room occupancy and city hotel fee, or DOB's issuance of a permit for a bracket sign for the hotel in 2015 as a recognition that this was a short-term stay use. These documents do not have any bearing on the legality of occupancy, as the board is very familiar with some of the signs appeal cases where we have always come to this, has had this discussion. So a letter of verification, is it a letter of verification, is it to correct an error, or to change a use? Can letter of verification be used to change a valid CO for a change of use? I looked at the admin code, and the admin code clearly says it prohibits building owners from changing either use or structure of a building if it would be inconsistent with the last issued CO. So therefore, CO is the one that needs to be changed to change a use. And in this case, going from a Class A to a Class B is a change of use. New York City Charter 645 states regarding DOB's duty that no building hereafter altered or converted from one class to another class shall be occupied or used for any purpose, whatever in case such building was vacant during the progress of the work until a certificate of occupancy has been issued. So it's very clear, it's a change of use, requires a certificate of occupancy and not a letter of verification. I think that's a process that DOB will have to determine as to what their process. I'm not going to get into that. I just want to make a clear distinction from the read of this. If an alteration application is required to change a certificate of occupancy, that's DOB will direct them as to how the applicant has to file. And that's the document.
So here the instrument in question stated, your request for a letter of verification is denied, file an alt-CO.
Okay, so in that case, they would have to proceed with that. If that's what DOB is requiring, then that is what they would have to submit. Again, I want to go back to something that our council started with as to the jurisdiction of BSA. Looking at the charter provision of BSA and looking at the requirements, I do not see letter of verification as it may have it as the final determination that would give BSA the reason to appeal. So I think what our council did was correct, and I stand by that. Okay, Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with everything you said. Regard to the charter
Can you
66A.
just hold off?
Wait, wait.
This sound is, can everybody hear Vice Chair Shibata despite the background noise? Okay.
Yeah, very clear.
We can hear him.
Speak closer to the mic.
Okay. With regard to the charter 66A and 645, there are many different ways to get in front of the BSA. Nothing that the applicant did shows any right to that. Further, he did not exhaust all of his remedies before moving to the BSA, because in the denial of letter of rejection, it shows in itself, it states to file an alt CO. So currently there is a valid certificate of occupancy. That valid certificate of occupancy is a multiple class A, not a class B, which permits stays for less than 30 days. And there are certain safety precautions, including class B, that are not in class A. Letter for verification has not, in my practice and my understanding, letter for verification has not been used to change a use determination. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree with what the both of you have said, that these sites have a valid C of O, and the format for changing or challenging a C of O is not a letter of verification, but rather an alteration to change the C of O, and they have not filed that. And so therefore, I don't feel sympathetic to their case at this point.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to be repetitive, but I first of all, I agree with DOB in not issuing that letter of no objection or verification. I don't think, because the buildings have a valid certificate of occupancy for each of them, that a letter of verification is needed. This is point one. Point two, change of use cannot be done for buildings with valid certificate of occupancies through anything else but an alteration application, not a letter of verification. And that's my position in this application based on my readings for the submissions from different parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. Yes, I believe each building has a valid CO. Each CO permits a class A multiple dwelling with uses clearly listed per floor, which includes storage in the cellar and apartments on basement through third. The process for changing a use from, say, a class A multiple dwelling to a class B would be, as everyone has stated, an alt CO application, because the CO would need to be changed. The letter of verification is used to verify use and or occupancy based on existing records available at DOB. And was DOB rational in denying the letter of verification? Yes, as there is no record at DOB establishing a short-term rental or transient use at the property.
Thank you. Thank you all for your thorough review and appreciate your.
Yeah, so this concludes the public review session for September 30th. We'll commence in,
Let's take
it's 11:21.
11:21. Just noon? You want to take a lunch break? No.
No.
No. Just 10 minutes.
10
We-
minutes. The
We'll
second 10
resume
minute
at
break.
11:30.
11:30.
Set up.
11:30.
Oh, that's
Yes,
right.
can
sorry.
someone just please mute the Zoom in the
Sure, I'll go over.
thank you.
Okay. What did you say? Thank you.
Mute the Zoom and the.
Mute the Zoom.
I have no idea whether that's necessary or not, but we got a letter from CB1.
Okay,
Sure.
we are live. now.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You may proceed. We're recording.
YouTube is recording also, right? Yeah, okay. So we're back on the record. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for September 30th, 2024. Yeah. Wait, this. Please note for the record that Commissioner Otley Brown and Commissioner Shetter are appearing remotely. Go ahead.
Hello? Chair.
Oh, sorry. The board voted to approve Pine Street with conditions, but we received a letter from Community Board 1 today at 11:26 a.m. after we voted. And just for the record, I want to add it to our thing. So I would suggest we open and make another call, just make sure we have it on record.
Okay, so you want us to do that first?
Reopen, so motion to reopen.
Okay. Motion to reopen, hold on. Hold on. Let me go back to my page. Okay, we have a motion to reopen 805 79 BZ 88 Pine Street. Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, so I just wanted to read, if you have not had the chance, in that, Community Board says, attached, please find Community Board 1's resolution dated September 24, 2024 concerning the application, to revise the privately owned, public, space POPs at 88 Pine Street. CB1 requested the application return to Community Board 1 to present the revised plan at our Landmarks Preservation Committee meeting on September 23rd. The applicant denied our request. We again request that the applicant return to Community Board 1 to present any proposed changes being considered to the POPs at 88 Pine Street before any final decision is made by the BSA. If for any reason this request cannot be honored, please note that CB1 has unanimously opposed the proposed revisions. We ask that CB1 resolution on this application be shared with all the members of the BSA in time for the public meeting reviewing this issue next week. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter. And if you have any follow-up questions, please do not hesitate to reach out directly. We are aware that Community Board had a vote, had denied the initial submission for the application for the vestibule. And the board has been mindful of the Community Board's reasons. And we had similar concerns with regards to the location of the vestibules and the amount of encroachment of the vestibule into the POP space. And based on the understanding of the requirements of the vestibules under the new regulations, to the extent the vestibule could be relocated inside was done. At the same time, the board was also very particular that the improvements to the POP space not be just a replacement of what was there, but improvement beyond what it was. And the board's condition very clearly stated that these are now these are all fixed seats and benches. Additional, there's like addition of more linear seating that has been provided than previously approved. And in addition, the board also conditioned that the landscaping and that is there, which was not part of the prior board approvals, but it was there in the plan. It definitely adds to the POP space and therefore those shall remain and be maintained by the owner. Those were our conditions. Anything else that commissioners you want to add following the Community Board's letter that I just read? Okay.
The motion.
And our recommendation, do they still stand and the vote still stand?
I agree to vote to the same recommendations that we've made earlier.
Okay, all right,
Okay,
all right, thank you. Then I
so we
make
have
a
to do a motion to close.
motion to close.
Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Right.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
So then you want to revote again? Commission, this is, go ahead, you have to make a motion.
Okay, motion to approve with the conditions that were read out at the last, early in the morning.
Commissioner, Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon. Okay. Okay, now we will proceed with the regular calendar, special order calendar. Item number 8, 36203BZ, item number, I'm sorry, volume 4. This is 428 West 45th Street, Manhattan.
Okay, I think this would be Alexia. Okay, I've changed the role to panelist.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Is there anyone joining you?
No, it's just me.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to the board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Good morning. My name is Alexia Landesman from Shelburne Mobile PC. We have attended the executive session and note that the board had no additional comments on this application. If that's all, we're hoping to get on the decision calendar as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Questions? If not, let's go to the public.
Oh, where's my clock now? There we go. The case we are currently discussing is 36203BZ, Volume 4, 428 West 45th Street, Manhattan. Should you wish to comment, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 160-153-4213 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Oh, for the love of God. Sorry.
Please, please.
Sorry
Okay.
about that.
So I would like to make a motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
And we will schedule this for October decision. That's the
Thank
next
you.
hearing.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. See you all tomorrow. Have a great day.
No submission on this.
There's no submission on.
Okay, just want to double check submission. Okay, new cases, item number 9, 82686BZ through 82886BZ, 26910, 27010, 27110, Grand Central Parkway, Queens.
Okay, Elise Polidare, I've just added her to the panel.
I also have Mr. Davies, Bill.
Davy, who? Who? Can you give me the last name?
William Davies.
Oh, William Davis. Okay. Anybody else?
No.
Okay, as soon as Mr. Davies is
I think
visible.
he's there.
Yeah, he's on mute.
Okay. Can you unmute, please, and join us?
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. No one else, Ms. Fullader?
No.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Elise Fullader from Eric Polanic PC. Thank you so much for your comments. I'm here with Mr. Davies. He's the vice president of the communications company, and we will answer your questions. So first is there was a discussion about the changing city text. We will update the statement to be more clear about that and fix that. I know it was updated in the summer. There was also some confusion about documents getting mixed up from buildings 1 and 2. Thank you, Commissioner Otley Brown, for figuring that out. We will try to unswitch some documents that need to be put back in the correct place. I will thank you, Commissioner Shetta. We will add PureCon created an executive summary, which I think you got in the cover letter, but we will make sure to add the important parts into our statements to better support this application. Just getting through with that. And then I wanted to clarify something that I can fix. Commissioner Shetta discussed the wall. I resubmitted the operations plan from 2016 to show that nothing had changed. That was from 2016, so I can get rid of that part. That wall discussion had been in 2016, but nothing has changed on this application. The same, the plans, as Commissioner Yoon pointed out, are exactly the same as they were before. We're not seeking to change anything, so I was just trying to show that nothing has changed. But
It's not a wall, it's a barrier. You're talking
or a
about the barrier?
But I'm saying that had been done in 2016,
Understood.
and I just resubmitted the operations plan. So
Okay. So
I
you
didn't
need-
mean
you
for
need
any
to take that
confusion.
off.
Yeah, I just wanted to show that nothing had changed because everything remains the same.
So you're saying the barrier that was discussed in 2016 was removed then and it has remained that way?
Correct, right, Bill?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
just making sure that, because Bill's there every day, so I'm gonna make sure. I'm speaking correctly. And then I have Bill here to discuss with you, when testing is done, we can definitely submit anything you need. When testing is done, how he maintains the roof, and the FCC requirements for testing. So Bill, if you want to answer those questions.
Testing is done every January 1st and July 1st. Is submitted to North Shore Towers Management and North Shore Towers, I believe it's called the Community Board. A once a month walkthrough is part of a inspection of 3 roofs to maintain what is needs to be fixed or if there's a problem with anything that's up there. And what was the third question?
Maintenance, testing, you said that. Oh, and then Commissioner Shetta discussed what are the requirements for testing versus what we do in the conditions of the previous resolution.
Oh, from the FCC, there is none.
Yeah, so there is none, as he pointed out. We just do it because that was a request by the BSA.
So
Correct.
FCC does not require semi-annual testing.
Absolutely not. They do not, or annual or any kind of testing at any means.
Yeah, because, yes, I have looked at applications before that. No testing was done actually, and the entire evaluation was based on like computer analysis and some sort of like mathematical analyses for the propagation of the waves emitting from the antenna. So you're confirming that FCC does not require testing at all.
Correct. They
Okay,
give you,
thank
they give you guidelines to follow. That's what they do.
Understood. So how come in the report it says that the measurements were in consistency with the protocol by FCC or something, some kind of
Yeah.
language like that?
Because the FCC puts out, a protocol of guidelines of what you have to follow.
How to measure, but not the frequency of the measurements.
And yeah, correct. Like what's in that report? It tells you percentages of different aspects of the report. That's what you have to follow by the FCC, from the
Okay.
FCC.
Okay, and you're confirming that the exposure at different areas of that rooftop is controlled within the limits tolerated by FCC and
Correct.
other regulating agencies, federal and state and city.
Well, it's all governed by federal, correct, by the FCC.
Okay,
It's all governed by the FCC, which is federal.
understood. Okay, thank you.
So FCC is the only regulating body on this.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe OSHA has some sort of authority on that too, on the PPL.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay,
It may be for those who are working an exposure level, and maybe that's why some of those conditions that were placed, which was to make sure anybody who comes to repair or fix is aware of all the exposure elements and those warnings were placed for that reason. Okay. I have a question. You said testing was done testing is done every year on July 1st?
July 1st and January 1st.
Oh, okay, and Jen.
Yeah, twice a year. Every 6 months.
Thank you. Ms. Fuller, do you have any update on the status of the meeting with North Shore?
Oh,
That was
yes.
23rd?
So I should have started with that. So what happened was Bill was with me, and we also brought the PureCon expert with us to North Shore Towers. We answered all of their questions. We left right after the meeting, and I called the community board. I told North Shore Towers and the community board that you will not issue a decision until we meet back with the community board. Their next meeting, I was told, is October 7th. We're trying to get on that calendar. So we can get a vote from the community.
7th? With
October 7th. We haven't confirmed it yet, but that was what I was told is the next meeting.
All right. You're absolutely right, Ms. Fuller. Think that board will not make a decision until we get a vote from the community board. And are we to expect anything from North Shore? No. Will North Shore be sending anything?
I can't speak on that. I don't know. They asked that we meet with us before we go back to the community board, so we did that.
Okay.
Don't know anything.
Thank you for taking community board's recommendation and proceeding to meet with them. Appreciate that. Any questions or comments, commissioners?
Yeah, I have a few more responses if you just, because I didn't address the plans yet. That's my last piece of it. You asked to indicate the FM antenna. It is indicated on building 1. If you'd like me to share the plans and show it, I can, but there's one antenna on it.
Okay.
yes, please, show it.
Oh, show it. Okay.
Yeah.
On sheet number BSA 3.
I can open it. Hold on. Sorry. Revise plans. Okay. Sorry, I'm opening it now. Share. Share. Okay, here. You said which page? Sorry.
BSA 3, next one,
Great. Okay.
right there on the left.
I don't
Top
see
left.
it on the plan. That's, I think, that is a question that Commissioner.
Yeah,
Yoon-
actually, yeah, it makes more sense to show it in the previous,
On this one.
yeah,
Yeah.
where is the location?
Yeah, I don't see it on the BSA 2 plan for
Well,
building.
That's because it's on the upper main roof level. It's not main roof level, it's on the upper level. So that's why it's broken down to the next page. That right there is the next level up on the
Oh.
The
roof.
elevator bulkhead, you mean it's on the top of the bulkhead?
Yeah, it's on an elevated bulkhead. Yes, correct.
The elevator bulkhead plan, that's the one.
But the
Got it.
operational plan does not indicate that. When you look at the picture in the operational plan with the barrier, where that T-Mobile bidirectional antenna should be, it doesn't sound, it sounds like it's very close to the parapet.
No, so if you look at BSA 2, right?
Yes,
In the middle of the building itself, it shows
Yes.
one with circle BSA 3. That's the elevated bulkhead area. Then you go down to BSA 3 and it gives you a breakdown of what that is on there.
can we open the operational plan?
Clarify from that. Operational plan.
I can share it if you want. I
Oh,
have it.
I
open.
got it.
Okay,
1 minute, sorry. So which page?
scroll down to where that barrier is, the comparison. Yeah, is this the elevator bulkhead?
No, that's the main roof level.
So in the operational plan, the language indicate that the barrier that was removed is by the T-Mobile bidirectional antenna. And you're telling us that this antenna, T-Mobile antenna, is on top of that bulkhead, while
Wait,
in this picture, it doesn't reflect.
This was
the
from
same.
2016.
So T-Mobile is not the FM antenna. So are we talking about T-Mobile antenna or the FM antenna?
The T-Mobile one.
Oh, so T-Mobile antenna is on the roof level, the main roof level.
Okay, that makes sense now.
Okay.
Okay, cool. And then the next, me and Bill discussed, we can put the signage that's shown at the end. He can put notes to show where they are, like 1, 2, 3, 4 on the previous plans, if that'll help clarify, like we do
Yeah,
with.
Probably you can number them, say sign 1, sign 2, and so on.
Yeah, because they're already numbered, but he can show where the numbers are located.
Hi, I just want to jump in and clarify, the board's jurisdiction under 7330, specifically 7330 under pre-ZEO, and after the board had determined an interpretive appeal on the question of radio and cell towers, 7330 is specific to radio and television towers. To the extent that this proposal or the premises include any cellular transmission antennas, those are separate apart from the board's jurisdiction under 7330. That is to say, they may qualify at Department of Buildings for an eligible facilities request or otherwise some other type of FCC fast tracking. But the board's jurisdiction under 7330 no longer recognizes the availability to permit cellular antenna.
Permit, or it's not.
The board's interpretive appeal determined that it's a use group 6 other communications equipment structure, not 7330 radio and television tower.
Okay.
And we show on our plans, we added to show how many cellular versus other. I'm showing it right now for clarification.
Yeah, I think that tabulating that would be helpful. And if you can just clarify what's permitted and what is pursuant to 7330, would also make it easier.
On the plans or just in the statement, I guess?
Statement.
Okay, and then that's my next question is we didn't change anything from last time, and these tables are shown as they were last time, and they say the total antennas on them. How would you like, do you want us to do it before and after, even though it's the same, or?
I didn't quite see it as same. In some of them, I did see the distinction, especially I was only seeing building one and I did see some difference. So that's why I asked for it and I was having difficulty keeping track of it. And I miscalculated a couple of times. So that's why I'm just saying for the ease of it, if you can provide. It
So-
doesn't have to be part of the plan. It can be just a separate set of tabulated, like an Excel spreadsheet type of thing.
Okay, it is exactly the same as before, right? Correct, Bill?
Correct.
Yeah,
There-
and we got up to 75, but we never, I think that was just a,
Right, that's your maximum, but you've never
Yeah.
exercised 75.
yeah, exactly.
It's not 75 and now also it is not. It's just that the differences in some of them, that you may have more cellular towers and less FM or vice versa. We just want to keep that accounting as we go forward, in a,
Yeah.
you know, especially now if some of
So-
it as of right.
Correct. And then last is, I don't know if Bill, if you want to speak on this, but the spaces for the future antennas are still just spaces for future antennas. You can speak to that probably better than I, but they're still.
They're not occupied, they're just for future use for if I ever do need them. But that currently they're still not occupied. That's why nothing has changed.
Okay. And I'm assuming that is the maximum you can have for the FCC analysis. Carlo Costanza has his hand up.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, I think what Mr. Chase was briefing, yes. So since this type of application was last heard, or on or about that time, there were changes to federal requirements with respect to cellular, as they were recognized, given deference as public utilities. Also subsequent to the last approval, there was an appeal at the board in which it was determined that the cellular equipment was a use group 6D at that time. I'm sorry, I don't know what the new classification is under the new zoning. But just for discussion's sake, it was other equipment akin to public utility. Those types of installations have a different pathway now. Also, they can be enlarged, they could be expanded, but they have to follow what's called an eligible facilities, which has certain requirements, and that's done by the buildings department. So what our jurisdiction
My
did was,
question, thank you. I understand where you're going. I think my question is, in that case, should we not just be separating out what is within our jurisdiction of under 7330 and not talk about the ones that are as of right? And
yeah, I think that's where I'm kind of heading towards. I think the focus of this application now is the FM antenna. The cellular equipment has a different path, which is at the Department of Buildings under an eligible facility. So I just wanted to be clear. So if in the future there are changes to or additions added on or removed, that should follow that process at the Department of Buildings, not at BSA. With respect to cellular.
is that,
Maybe Mr. Vine could just explain a little.
By the
bit
way,
more.
too, we only have cellular on one roof, correct, Bill?
Correct. 7
So-
antennas.
So it's just the 7 antennas that are now as of right.
I think in all your buildings you have cellular, aren't you showing those?
No, ma'am, just building 1.
See?
7
No
antennas on building
cellular
1.
on this.
Well, so this discussion makes me realize that the previously approved plans don't indicate the 7 cellular. And so you have, okay, it's gonna,
Yeah, so these antennas, I assume most of these are cellular, but you're saying they're not.
They're not, only 7 of them, and they're labeled cellular antennas on building 1, sheet number BSA 2.
And we added that to these plans because of this situation where it became as of right to distinguish where the cellular are, because we were asked to do
yeah,
that.
but I guess my question is that the previously approved plans show 68 antenna, 4 dishes, 2 rotable antennas, and 1 camera. Now it adds a separate column for 7 cellular, so it seems like it's in addition to the previous 75 devices that were listed.
It
Is that
is not. No, it is not. The cellular antennas were part of the last submission.
They were,
We broke them out because of this new thing that came out.
It was
They were
just
part-
counted as part of the total antennas. This is just to show how many are cellular.
So to the extent those 7 were eligible facilities requests or 5G upgrades, et cetera, something, an enhancement to the premises under those new FCC guidelines. It's the board's understanding that those improvements are permitted as of right on a Department of Buildings basis, not a BSA basis. So to the extent they're on our plans, maybe they need to be grayed out.
I just have a question though. This chart here, where it shows the 7 cellular at the end of the chart on the rightmost column, that is to be included in the 68 in the first column? That is a subset of, because that then graphically really
Yeah.
confusing.
That
Because
is-
the prior approved plans do not show that cellular 7, so it does appear like it's an additional 7 to the
Oh,
prior.
no, it's part of the 68.
Okay. That should be clarified in some way.
Yeah, please
So that it
clarify
doesn't
that
look
and
like
add
we
that
have more
into-
than 75.
Yeah.
Maybe we could do a thing because it doesn't count anymore. Maybe we could say 61 antennas plus 7 cellular, like,
That would be helpful.
rather than do that. We just try to separate it out because that's how we understood the comment when it was asked.
I mean, part of it is that in 10 years, when you have to come back, this is going to be confusing if we're holding over things and just submitting the same thing when things are changing, or you want to designate things differently. So I think it'd be easier, just for the record, to clarify exactly what we're doing.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think we can rearrange this chart.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Yoon. I appreciate that. That's what I was trying to get to. It's that what was approved by the board, let's say the last set of approvals, is what their lawful condition is, which is eligible for the eligible facilities requirements. But you're correct. That's what I was trying to avert, is any confusion in the future. Really, the focus of what's before us today is the FM antenna. What the board previously approved is for the applicant to scope out what the eligible facilities requirements are at the Department of Buildings.
Thank you. Okay, so do provide those clarifications in the plans and in the statement. And I think that chart definitely will then help making that clarification.
No problem.
All right. Any other questions or comments? If not, let's go to the public.
So the case, screen up.
Can you?
Let's stop
who is
sharing.
Oh,
reviewing-
sorry, I wasn't even thinking.
So the case that we're currently discussing is 82686BZ through 82886BZ. This is Grand Central Parkway, Queens. Should you wish to comment, dial 669-254-5252. You will enter the webinar ID number 160153-4213 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Ms. Fullader, how much time do you need to make these revisions? I know you have, anyway, not before October 7th, anything is going to happen.
And
because
so
I-
anytime after that works for us, we'll make it work.
Okay,
So I apologize if I'm being dense, but we have conditioned prior that the number of accessory antenna on each building shall not exceed 75, and that is inclusive of, that's all antenna, correct?
Yes.
yes, but
So all
now
of this discussion, what's before us currently.
I know where you're going.
Is a subtraction of the total number still needs to not exceed 75.
Correct.
Regardless of whether it's cellular, FM, or television, or other, right?
Any antenna.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, just wanted to be clear that I understood that. Thank you.
So much time you should need.
So any time will work for us after October 7th. There are minor changes.
We will, I think October, we have a pretty heavy calendar.
So we'll take November.
How about November? Can we do November? November, I think we have space. November 6th and 7th, it will be a Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah, no problem. Sounds
Submission date is October 17th.
That is after the community board hearing also.
Yeah, sounds good.
And
Okay.
you can submit all the, if the community board's recommendations and things comes after that, you can make those submissions after that.
Okay,
know
no
that.
problem. Thank you.
Okay, no speakers, no hands up.
Yeah.
Move on.
Yeah.
Item number 10, 29304B.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank-
Ms. Fullader, Mr.
Thank you.
Appreciate your
Davis.
time.
Thank you. 29304BZ, 610 Lynette Avenue, Lynette Avenue, Queens.
This would be Mr. Goldstein.
Yes, how are you?
Oh, you're there.
Are you by yourself, Mr. Goldstein?
I am.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein for the applicant, Torah Academy for Girls. I heard the review session from the board today, and while I will go through the points just to make sure I have them, I think we'll submit them in writing to the board. Madam Chair, with regard to your comments, we'll better explain the multi-purpose room and how it'll function throughout the day. We'll update the transportation. It is in the tech memo. We can put it in our statement of facts as well. We'll put notes on the plans regarding the fixed windows and opaque windows and the alternate means of ventilation, as well as show the new mechanical on the plans and any attenuation measures. Commissioner Otley Brown, we will endeavor to get a rendering that shows the proposed and existing rear yards and the future conditions. Commissioner Sheta, we will update the statement of facts for the proposed work and to discuss any violations that may be. I'm not sure if there are either. And Commissioner Yoon will clarify the use of the roof. It's not proposed to have any occupancy, so we can clean it up and show it accordingly. With regard to the note, I believe everyone for the Appendix G, I believe everyone was satisfied with our note. So I don't think there's anything to do on that end. If there are any other questions, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, we'll submit all of this in writing or amended materials.
Commissioner Otley Brown also wanted a rendering that shows that also needs to be provided.
Yeah, I commented on that. I'll give the proposed versus the existing.
Okay. Are you proposing any mechanicals on top of that proposed roof?
I'm sure there will be mechanicals. I don't know the location, but as mentioned, I'll show them on the plans with any attenuation measures away from residential.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Public? Ms. Benke, do you have any comments on
Yeah,
the?
I just wanted to mention that DCP WRP did want to look at this, so the applicant sent in a WRP form, which we sent to them to review. Other than that, there's no other reviews.
Thank you. And I think I had a question regarding the whole, the amount of space that's been set aside for the drop off and pickup. That also needs to be bolstered in your statement.
Right, that's what I mentioned. It is in the tech memo, and we'll take it to our statement of facts as well and beef it up.
I apologize. I think I was typing. I was slow in my typing as you were saying. My apologies. Okay. If there aren't any more questions, let's go to the public then.
Case that we're currently discussing is 29304BZ, 610 Lynette Avenue, Queens. Should you wish to comment, dial 669-254-5252. You will enter webinar ID number 160-153-4213 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you are calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the small hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
How much time you will need to make these,
Holiday season's upon us, so the end of October should be fine, but yeah, end of October, first week in November should be fine.
so, and our October calendar is very booked and I think you need the time.
I
So
can't
maybe,
join in October anyway, so if I could have the second hearing in November, that would work for us.
yeah, our November hearing,
18th,
we have a November 18th hearing.
Yeah.
submission date is October 30th.
I think that is probably the best. That gives you enough time.
So 1 second, sorry, I just gotta pull up the calendar, October 30th, I believe. As we're in holiday season, so I just got to double check. October 30th works, that's fine with me. And it would be for what, for November 18th?
Yeah.
Okay. That should work fine.
You also need to submit the WRP.
That was submitted, it's in the city's hands.
Yes, that's correct. It's submitted.
Okay.
No one raised their hands and no one, and the clock ran out.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Goldstein.
Thank you very much. Happy and healthy new year to all that celebrate. Bye.
Item number 11, 2020 appeals calendar, sorry. Continued hearing items. Item number 11, 2024-01A, 2848 Farber Terrace, Queens. Should be Sandy Agnostic.
She should be, I've just made her panelist.
Good afternoon, Sandy Anagnostou representing the applicant.
Please,
Is there anyone else with you?
No, just me.
okay, it's an AK, so you don't have to be sworn in. Proceed.
So I listened to the comments in the review session earlier, and I'd like to respond to those. I will follow up with the Parks Department for a formal letter of no objection. They did indicate during our discussions that they didn't see an issue with the application, but we'll get that in writing. Also, we did submit an application, apart from the review of the GCL 35 application by Parks, we submitted an application for the proposed street trees. That is under review, and I'll follow up with that as well. We will revise our proposed plan to note all the dimensions and everything that was discussed in the review session and responding to DEP comments. And specifically the sewer corridor and all the other dimensions that they requested. We're in the process of scheduling a meeting with DEP. We don't have a confirmed date yet, but I will follow up with that. So we are meeting with them to discuss this, and we'll also show the sidewalk width at the narrowest point, as Madam Chair pointed out, and update the survey if required. We have not received any comments from DOT yet. We're waiting for those. And we will also revise the statement of facts to include all of this information and also to cite the statute of General City Law 35 as the vice chair requested at the last hearing, we just would like to put all of this in the statement of facts as once and make it part of the next submission.
One thing, you also need to submit a builder's pavement plan, a draft pavement plan for, definitely for Faber Terrace. Edgewater, I don't think you need to, but for Faber, you would need to.
We did submit that.
Yeah, but has it
We
needs
submitted to the board and filed it. We didn't get any.
feedback. Okay.
Yeah,
So we do need a response from DOT on that. And, just looking at past approval on this site, their DEP had required an easement both on Faber and also on Edgewater. So just be mindful of that. I do not know if their DEP's policies, if it has changed and if that would change any of the easement requirements, but just be mindful of that.
okay, well, I'll bring that to their attention at the meeting.
Yeah, just make sure you have all this, all the reviews completed.
Yes.
Okay. Is fire department here? Yes, I see Chief Daly is there. Yes, Chief Daly? Gentlemen? I've admitted him as a panelist. Chief Daly?
Okay,
We can hear you.
okay, I'm sorry about that. Yes, Madam Chair, I'm just now looking at these plans and I see the width of this roadway narrows down to 27 feet and we require 34 feet. Is it possible for the applicant to reduce the width of the new sidewalk? Meet that 34 feet between curb to curb?
All right.
Okay.
Oh, hi, Sandy.
Hi.
So portion of the roadway, I see reduced, goes down to 24 feet, or probably a little less. Is it possible to widen that, the street width to 34 feet?
We'll have to look at that.
And I see you have 44 feet and okay, you can go down to 34 feet as you go away from the property. We'll be satisfied with that.
Okay. I think it could be done, but we'll look at the site plan and everything
Okay, right.
and then submit a revised site plan along with everything else that was mentioned
Okay, great. Thank you.
for your
Back to you,
review.
I mean, would you know what the distance is to a fire hydrant to this home?
I think we did note it on the plan. I remember something about that, but I'll verify that and make sure it's shown.
Okay, so I'll prepare letters and submit to the BSA and to your office as well. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief Daly. Thank you, Chief Daly.
Thank you.
Let's go to are there any questions or comments? Okay, let's go to the public. I think there are too many. Still outstanding. Yeah, there's a lot that we need approval on, so we have to schedule this at a much later date.
Yeah, because we haven't heard from DOT as well,
Yeah. Okay,
apart from the builder's pavement plan.
right. Okay.
So the case we're currently discussing is 2024-01A, 2848 Harbor Terrace, Queens. Should you wish to comment, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you will enter the Weber ID number 1601534213 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to be heard, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Please add the following notes that the sidewalk improvements and roadway construction are to be have to be consistent with the approved builder's pavement plan and constructed pursuant to DOT standards.
Okay.
I think this will take some time. We should, I don't want to commit to a date. I think best would be based on discussions that you have with other city agencies and feedback. We'll try to schedule it maybe December, if at best.
Okay, that sounds good. I'll keep following up with the project manager, Jasleen, and let her know, and then
Okay,
where we stand.
yeah. Thank
Okay,
you.
time is out. No hands raised, no calls.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Costa.
you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone.
Item 12, 2024, 16A, 61 Muriel Street, Staten Island.
I just added Ms. Fullader to our panel. She should have been there.
Hi, David Murray should be with me.
Yeah. Yes, just did.
Who's it? David? David Marassi?
Murray.
David.
Hello.
Hi, David.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This is an appeals case. You don't have to be sworn in. Please state your name, for the record, and proceed.
Thank you. Elise Fullader from Eric Polanic PC. Thank you so much for your comments. I have here David from the architect's office. And he can actually answer most of your questions, but we heard the 2 notes you would like to add, and David, that's not a problem, correct?
Yeah, so on the paving plan, we'll add the note about that the reconstruction of the sidewalk will comply with DOT standards. And then we'll also add the zoning regulations that the BSA does not waive any of the bulk zoning regulations.
Yeah. Okay.
FDNY, I think, is another.
Yeah, I don't know if FDNY had a chance to review it. Chief Daly?
Yes, Madam Chair, I did review the builder's pavement plan. The fire department does object, and that the roadway width is less than 34 feet. So,
The existing roadway, it's a DMAP. No, it's not, it's a GCL 36, so it's not even a mapped road.
Right.
So how have we proceeded prior to, and this is an existing roadway that is already built, which is not a mapped roadway.
is it possible for the applicant to widen the road to 34 feet?
I do not believe so, no.
I mean,
And just for the fire department's edification, the board had approved application I don't know the address. Maybe the applicant could help. I believe it's 95 Lunston Avenue, which was a GCL 36 application, which did create the frontage on Muriel Street, fronting the subject premises. So to the extent the fire department has records demonstrating that there was safe access to what appears to be 95 Lunston, that review and approval might be relevant here.
Okay. Then is it possible to have no parking signs installed?
I believe it would be, I did defer to the engineer who's working on the paving plan, who's,
Okay.
you know, submits a DOT for that.
Yeah, if I can get no parking signs, then fire department accepts then.
So please revise the plan. Thank you, Chief Daly. Please revise the plan accordingly and indicate the area. Chief, where would that no parking sign have to be posted? On both the Lunston and Muriel, along the entire length of the property?
We would be looking for I'm sorry, in the grass area across from the property.
Okay. Is it possible for you to just kind of send a map just showing the area that you want the no parking to apply?
Sure, I can do that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else? Anything else, Chief Daly?
No, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So I would think best would be once fire department provides the revision, the annotated plan, please make the correction and then follow up with the project manager. We will schedule it accordingly based on that.
And one question is, if we make the corrections to the BPP, does it have to be approved before you can make a decision? Because we also just need to know about, because we don't want to keep this going for hearings and hearings and hearings, so want to know what we have to do.
My understanding, since this is a GCL 36, it's not a map street. I don't believe DOT reviews builder's pavement. But it's a GCL 36, DOT doesn't review, DOB does? Okay. Okay. So DOB will be reviewing the BPP, so our condition would be that prior to obtaining a you would have to get BPP approved by
Sorry, you keep going out. Can you say it one more time for me? Sorry.
Sorry, there's some background noise.
Mr. Moraes, can you mute, please?
Oh, sure. Yep.
Okay, so what I was saying is that prior to start of construction, the builder's pavement plan has to be approved by Department of Buildings.
Correct. Okay. So that would be a condition of the resolution.
Yeah.
Okay, correct. Thank you.
Let's go to the public, yeah. The case that we're currently discussing is 2024-16A, 61 Muriel Street, Staten Island. Should you wish to comment, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the Weber ID number 160-153-4213 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Chief Daly, can you give me an approximate time as to when you can send the marked up plan to Ms. Fullader and her team?
Oh, by 1 o'clock today. I only have one more day left here, so I better do it.
Wow.
Terrible.
I have to say, is this going to be Chief Daly's last hearing?
Tomorrow,
No.
I think, last one,
Tomorrow.
correct? Tomorrow.
Oh, we'll miss you.
We're going to miss you, Chief Daly. You've really been a really fantastic asset for our team. We have been able to learn a lot from you about fire department and rules and regulations. Really appreciate your thoroughness and pragmatism that you've put into every review.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. And if you have any complaints about the train system, don't come to me. So
Yourself.
yeah, I'll be going over to the MTA as a fire marshal. So
Congrats.
yeah.
Any other train stations? Hopefully not.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you again.
Clock has run out. No one has raised a hand.
Nobody has come.
Okay.
So please coordinate with the project manager to schedule this. Hopefully we can do this by November.
No problem. Thank you.
Item number 13, 2024-17A, 35 Marjorie Street, Staten Island.
Ms.
Ms. Fullader.
Fullader and Mr. Maurice.
Please proceed.
Elise Fullader from Eric Polanic PC with Mr. Maurice from the architect's office. Thank you so much for your comments. If you'd like him to repeat the notes that we are adding to the, Mr. Maurice, would you like to repeat
Yeah.
the notes?
I
that
guess,
we are-
yeah, so the notes, we will add the same notes about the reconstruction will comply with the DOT standards, and the note regarding the BSA does not waive any bulk zoning regulations. And then I guess to address one of the other comments about the sidewalk width. So should I share, can I share my screen? Maybe it might be easier that way, or?
Wasn't clear. I saw 2 dimensions. That's why I wanted the clarification.
Right, yeah, so the paving plan shows an existing 4-foot dimension that will be from the property line, or I guess to say from the sidewalk to the face of the curb, and then there's a 6-inch curb. So the actual sidewalk is going to be 3.5 feet wide, and it matches the existing sidewalk on the building next door. So the actual sidewalk width is 3.5, and then the curb is another 6 inches.
What is the requirement minimum? It's 4 feet from the curb?
Yeah, I think though the DOT, we're going to be going for a waiver from on the BPP, and so that will typically get approved to match with the existing sidewalk next door.
Okay. Okay.
And the sidewalk's already going into our property, past the property line onto our property by 0.9 feet.
I have a question. Since this is a general GCL 36, you still have to go to DOT for a waiver for a sidewalk on not a map street?
I believe so. I would have to double check with the engineer, but I believe so.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments? I don't think oh, yes. Ms. Benke has her hand up. Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Benke.
I was just gonna ask the status of the EAS. The cover letter said it was being like
updated. More information provided coming forth. So we submitted the EAS on Friday, but we.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that. Sorry.
Oh, it was submitted, but some sections are still being worked through.
Okay.
So I spoke with GZA, and they said another 2 weeks they're working through it. That should be fully completed.
Okay.
Since I have you, Ms. Benke, is there any issue with the EAS or the prior one, the prior GCL?
There is no.
No,
EAS
that,
equity.
yeah, there's no EAS on the prior GCL.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just this one.
All right. Fire Department, Chief Daly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question for the applicant. I see, and looking at the builder's pavement plan, proposed retaining wall at the end of the street. What is the purpose?
Yeah,
of the
it's
retaining wall?
that it's not going to be that far. It's just going to be into the curb, up to the curb line. That has to be revised.
Oh, okay.
They're working on changing that now. Yeah.
The fire department has no objection to this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So you need to revise the builder's pavement plan.
Yes.
Same thing applies, same condition will apply that prior to getting a permit for construction, builder's pavement plan has to be approved by DOB in this case. All right, how much time do you need to make these corrections?
I guess this one can travel with the other one because this one needs an EAS review and the other one needs fire department updates. So they both have their things.
Okay, let's go to the public then.
The case we're currently discussing is 2024-17A, 35 Marjorie Street, Staten Island. Should you wish to comment, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 160-153-4213 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are recognized, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
No. Okay. Just waiting for the clock to run out.
Yep.
Tick tock, tick tock.
He's got to set up. That's wonderful. No. Fail safe.
Okay,
Done.
thank you.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bye, Chief Daly.
New cases, item number 14, 2024-35A and 2024-37A, 30 and 32 8th Avenue, Manhattan.
Do you need a little bit of time to set up?
Yeah, turn the mic on.
Right. That's why he brought me. Yes, indeed. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the review. Thank you for the comments that we heard earlier.
State your
Can
name for
you
the record.
state your name?
My name is Francisco Oxbach. I'm representing Jane H. LLC together with.
My name is David Yaffe from Hamburger and Yaffe, and I'm also representing the applicant.
I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you to spell your last name. Yeah, yeah.
AU, G as in green, P as in Peter, sorry, AU, G as in green, S as in Sam, P as in Peter, ACH.
Okay, thank you.
So very good. As a preliminary matter, in light of the comments that we just heard of the review basis and the review session, the I have to wonder if we have the same documents in front of us, because it appears that you have pretty much decided already based on the basis of the DOB letter of September 13th. We filed this application on February 1st. The DOB
Can I
responds.
stop you for a sec? Because Ms. Rosengold is not in the room yet.
She is.
Oh, she is?
No, I
But
did
don't
see
her
her.
on the
She's just turned
screen.
off her camera.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Please proceed, sir.
So as I was saying, we filed application on February 1st, 2024. On September 13th, 2024, the DOB presented an opposition, which we responded to on September 24, 2024. As a preliminary matter, I just want to make sure that you all received that letter and the
We
enclosures.
received
good.
everything that has been submitted and reviewed everything that has been submitted. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. So let's begin with the points of agreements. I mean, we agree that the certificate of occupancies are the controlling documents. And we yes, yes. Sorry. We agree that they're the controlling documents. We agree that whatever they say, whatever the use we should be making of the building today. Where we disagree is on the interpretation of those certificates of occupancy. And I was troubled to hear by the comments that you seem to have interpreted our application as a change of use. That is not the case. We never applied for a different use. We are requesting that we be recognized as legal non-conforming based on what was granted to us in 1961. I am troubled in particular by all the references to the laws amended in 2010. For example, the cases cited by the chair, which was also cited.
Sorry, I never referred to any of the laws that are applicable today. I was always referring to the laws that were applicable in 1961 when the certificate of occupancy was approved.
There also wasn't a reference to any laws that were amended as of 2010, I don't believe, that were.
No, I didn't.
I differ.
I referred to 1954 MDL. I referred to 1916 zoning resolution. I did not even refer to 1961 zoning resolution because it was approved. It was adopted after the certificate of occupancy was issued.
Very well, I beg to differ in that the definition that you offered for transient was very much crafted into the 2010 amendments.
It was from.
No,
That is coming.
Sorry,
Yes.
Chair, you're cutting in and out.
It's coming from the decision of Lexington Associates LLC versus City of New York, which was based on a certificate of occupancy that was issued in 1940. And it was again the differentiation of a Class A and Class B. And I relied on that to confirm what I was trying to understand in terms of what was the MDL that was applicable at the time when the certificate of occupancy was issued for the subject buildings.
very well. For starters, that case, can we agree perhaps that the case that you cited and all the other cases that you cited and cited by the department are actually cases post 2010. All those cases rely on the law in effect at the time. If I can share my screen, I will show you.
What do you mean by cases? Yes, they were filed after 2010, but the decision was based on pre-1961.
Would you like to?
Yeah, if I could just address that.
State your name for the record.
My name is David Yaffe, Y-A-F-F-E. I'm co-counsel with Mr. Oxbach. Those cases discussed the 2010 revisions to the MDL and the fact that those revisions removed grandfathered protection status to hotels that were that were identified in the 2010 law as having been hotels and in hotel buildings that were constructed after 1929. Neither of those apply to our building. Our building is from the 1840s and it has less than 30 rooms, so it doesn't comply with the definition. So those cases discussed that the appellate division was discussing the fact that the 2010 law, unfortunately for the property owners, removed grandfather protection status. That does not apply to our building. And our building, we believe we've established through careful citation to the various incarnations of city law, as well as the various incarnations of the MDL, that our use as an inn for short-term stays was legal and lawful at the time these COs were issued in 1961 prior to the adoption of the December 15th, 1961.
So
This was all
I need
there
to
in the
interject. I'd like to interject because I'd like to make this terribly simple for all the parties involved, for the board, for the appellant, and for the Department of Buildings. The appellant is making an allegation, an argument, or a representation that there is some status to be conferred to this building. You can come here and make that allegation. You can stand outside of 280 Broadway and yell up to a window, but there is a process. So the question here today is, Department of Buildings said the process is not a letter of verification for what you want. Your appeal is alleging that Department of Buildings acted irrationally in denying the letter of verification and saying, everything you're saying here today, everything you said in your papers, it's fine, but it has to be filed properly as an alt CO. Are you disputing that an alteration CO is not the correct way to seek this change, and therefore the Department of Buildings is acting almost ultra vires and let me put it another way, that the Department of Buildings shall issue a letter of verification and that a alt CO application is improper?
Okay, so hypothetical, if we want to be recognized as legal non-conforming, what would be the proper channel?
An alteration CO application where you can file a ZRD1 or a CCD1, and I'd like to let the court and the record know that this was all informed to you personally by myself prior to your filing, prior to the acceptance of your filing, and prior to your court case. That there has been no analysis, interpretation, or application of code, law, or rule conferring jurisdiction to the Board of Standards and Appeals.
Wouldn't be that application what the commissioners have been referring to as a change of use application?
I think what General Counsel Vine very clearly stated, what is before us is to determine whether this is a valid CO. What you have heard from all the commissioners, yes, the 1961 CO is a valid CO. The question that was raised by the Supreme Court one judge was that then what was the use that was permitted under that valid CO? The use that was permitted, all the commissioners agree, is a Class A. And then that leads to the question of what is Class A? Based on the 1954 MDL regulation, Class A was a permanent versus a Class B, which is not a permanent, less than 30-day occupancy. Then the question is, what is the process for changing from Class A to Class B, which is what you were requesting through a letter of verification? And all the commissioner in their own way stated, as I clearly stated, based on my understanding and my experience on the board, any change of use and occupancy is done through a certificate of occupancy and not a letter of verification. Then the question is, what is the mechanism of coming to the board? And that Council Vine very clearly stated is, and I reiterated based on my read of the charter, letter of verification is not the final determination of DOB that can bring you to the board. It has to be through an alt. We look at approved, denied plans of DOB, alt, COs, all of those are the mechanisms by which you can come to the board. And should DOB have any questions and you disagree with it, then you can bring that to us. This is not the method by which you can bring it to us and open up the span of questions that is not before us.
And since it is before us on order of the court to accept the application that has been filed raises the question of, was it rational for the Department of Buildings to state that the proposal cannot be done via letter of verification and must be done via a filing? And there has been no filing at the Department of Buildings to this effect.
So I think we are just deliberating on that one piece of it. Your next thing, whatever you decide, if you want that change of use, we agree with DOB, it has to be an alt-1 CO. And based on those submissions, should you have any issues with DOB's determination, you can appeal that that is appealable. Based on the charter, that is appealable, you can come to the board. But that is not before us right now, and therefore we cannot deliberate on it. And DOB has not had the chance to review any document because they don't have any documents. So there's nothing that we can discuss on that matter. So please stick to those 4 questions that has been posed to us and represent your answers, response to those questions.
Well, we'll gladly do that. But there is a disconnect here because we are being deprived by the recommended procedure of the ability to obtain a determination as to whether the inn for short-term stays is a pre-existing non-conforming use.
Yes,
That-
and
it-
let him finish.
well, you're
That's what
you're
I'm
the
asking.
boss, so you can interrupt me when I'm talking and I
And
will accept that.
Please continue.
Again, I'm just going to state that the Department of Buildings makes determinations all day long. Many of those are final. Just because it's a final determination, it's not one of those that is contemplated by the charter to be directly appealable to BSA. This is not one of those final determinations.
Well, respectfully, Mr. Vine, we've litigated this issue and the court has determined that this board has the authority and the responsibility to hear this appeal. So I think we're beyond that because this board respectfully cannot second guess what the court ruled. So here we are, and we have sought since day one a determination as to the legality of what we claim is a legal, lawful, pre-existing, non-conforming use of this property in Greenwich Village as an inn for short-term stays. It's been doing that since the 50s, probably the 40s. And it has an illustrious background, which we've set forth in our letter. It's recognized as the first gay inn in New York City. We're not an apartment building where people are renting out rooms to people under the Airbnb prohibitions. This is the business of the property. And we were never seeking a change of the CO. We were seeking an interpretation of the CO that under the pre-existing laws, these dwelling units within this building could be used for short-term stays. And the DOB sort of skirted away from that issue and sent us down this path of having to get a change of the CO. And that's where the problem lies, because we're being deprived of our right to a determination. And if we have to go down the path of having to get a CO or a change of CO, it's going to kill the whole thing, because then we're faced with a whole raft of discretionary approvals and reviews. And that deprives us of our pre-existing non-conforming use, which is not supposed to be subject to those discretionary reviews. And I just wanted to note a couple of things. I heard the comment from Mr., and I apologize if I mispronounced your name, Skibetta or Shibetta, that there are safety features in Class B that aren't in Class A. And I just want to point out, no one has ever alleged that we're missing some safety feature in this building. And certainly the DOB can today go down to the building and do an inspection. So if there were any concerns on the safety features of the building, they can be addressed, but that's separate and apart from.
I'm gonna interject here. This is way beyond the scope of the appeal that's been filed before the board. Counsel, you allege that a letter of verification is the proper channel to seek the relief that your client requires, and not a filing at the Department of Buildings. You have further alleged that a letter of verification is the only avenue to seek this determination, wherein the denied letters of verification state, file an alt CO. 2 questions. Is the letter of verification the proper channel to seek the relief that your client is seeking? And 2, why is an alt CO not a avenue for you to seek a determination?
Well, an alt CO is requiring an application to change the C of O, to change the use identified in the CO. And that requires a whole raft of drawings, applications, discretionary approvals. This is an historic building, and it takes us down the road of needing discretionary approvals when we're supposed to be protected as under the city charter, which protects pre-existing non-conforming uses.
What discretionary approvals does the Department of Buildings issue? The Department of Buildings isn't a discretionary body.
That is correct. That means we'll file an application asking we have to draw the plans for the entire building. We have an application which would be immediately rejected because we wouldn't be missing, we need a variance at least to have a hotel use on the second and third and fourth floor, second and third floor, I think.
I'm going to state for the record that it's conjecture for you to state that something that you have not yet filed that the Department of Buildings would be immediately rejected.
I'm sorry.
Nothing has been filed, and that's pure conjecture to state that you can't file something because the Department of Buildings won't even accept it when there has not been any level of review and nothing has been filed for this.
But I will follow up upon that. Let's say if it was rejected, then I would believe then you have an appropriate channel to appear before the BSA.
As the Vice Chair correctly stated, that rejection, if something were to have been filed at the Department of Buildings and rejected, that the charter mandates is directly appealable to this board.
And then you could bring up all of your arguments that you've made. This is historic. We've always been acting like this, grandfather, et cetera. All of them can be made during that variance. At this point,
Appeal.
upon that appeal.
Okay, let's, shall we accept for argument's sake?
Our Executive Director has his hand up as well.
Sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt. Madam Chair, I just, for a matter of just clarity, is the applicant's position that the current C of O is incorrect? And that it should have been a Class B all along? And what is then the process of, let's call it hypothetically, correcting that?
Because as our Executive Director states, and as the records show, a letter of verification states that is only available in the event there is a valid CO. The appellants just admitted that there is no claim that the CO is invalid. The representations from the appellant here today state that the letter of verification was sought to confer legal use of the premises as an inn for short-term stays, admitting that the current valid CO does not authorize such use.
Yeah, so I'm actually, that is what I wanted to touch upon, and we moved on. But my concern is there is a valid CO. Everybody recognizes that, and the valid CO says Class A. And the Class A, the definition per MDL applicable at that time, recognize that. Now, whether it was operating pursuant to that, I do not know, and I cannot speak to it, and that is not before us. What is before us is what does Class A allow? Class A allows very specifically permanent residence. And if you're seeking to confirm that you have to then go through the process of Alt 1 CO to find out what DOB is going to state and then come before us.
What's before us is the question of, is it rational for the Department of Buildings to say, everything you're arguing and representing, fine, but you have to file something. You can't do this via letter of verification. And it's not a question of whether you can do this. It's just whether you can do this via letter of verification. And let's recognize Commissioner Sheta, please.
Thank you, Council. I just want to put in the record that I got the feeling that what is the applicant is contending is, I don't like the process of filing or going the right route to get this job done. I like the other route, the LNO or the letter of verification, because it's an easy route, because it's a shortcut. This is not the way DOB/government works. The government works the way that it need to work and it should work. That right path, if you look at the situation, it should be very simple. You have two CFOs for the two buildings that are valid. According to the MDL, since you started this, whatever use, it's clearly indicate that if you have a class A, you're gonna have a transient residency, you have a permanent residency. So permanent residential, period. If you wanna, if you're contending or claiming that the certificates are incorrect, there is a path to change these certificates, and you have to follow it should be that simple. Thank you.
And I know you would again reiterate that you believe Class A permits a use that you believe is grandfathered and therefore a discretionary approval would be required. I do not believe, and I've never heard this, a letter of verification is that process for that.
Welcome. All right. I'm sorry, too many angles to respond to. Maybe we take, let's start with the easy one. Let's say for argument's sake, grant me this, we're correct. We are entitled to continue operations since 1961, which we've been doing for the last 60 years.
As a Class A operation.
Call it what you may, a short-term use. A short-term use.
Well, no,
Okay,
the CEO says Class A.
Yeah, sure, yes, Class A, sure, Class A short-term use, just to be sure we agree that we're
Under
talking
30
about.
days.
Right, let's for argument's sake, we've been doing this for 60 years. All of a sudden, the law changes in 2010 to prohibit other Class A properties, hotels namely, from continuing the practice. The law doesn't touch us, but be as it may. No, we'll talk in a second. If you are the DOB, is it rational to decide an application for non-conforming use based solely on the law in 2010?
DOB has not determined anything based on an application here for non-conforming use that has not been alleged. You filed a letter of verification seeking to correct an error on a valid CO.
Okay.
And DOB has not denied your application.
If I understand you correctly, then your impression is that when the law changed, we were supposed to close down our operation, map the entire, file plans for the entire building, obtain approval from the landmarks department, obtain for application, get
I'm sorry,
rejected.
this board's
Approval
not
variance.
making any
There's no-
opinions or interpretations based on the process because the process is not before us. All that's before us is, can DOB say a letter of verification can't be approved for your request? An alt must be approved.
Only
And
us.
that alteration application may or may not require the filing of drawings. It may or may not require an engineer's report. It may or may not require an argumentation of ZRD1 for grandparented use. I do not know what it's going to require. I'm not the building owner and I'm not prosecuting the change of use. But DOB and the documents and the law and the charter state that a letter of verification is not a determination of the Department of Buildings that's directly appealable to BSA. Since it is here, the question is, the very specific question is, was it rational for the Department of Buildings to deny a letter of verification and say the requested change cannot be made via LOV, file an alt CO?
Well, we believe it was not rational. That's our position. We've stated it in our 19-page letter. I just do want to not nitpick with you, but the application to the DOB very clearly asserted that the topic of the applications was, quote, did residential use include the right to short-term use or in use prior to December 15th, 1961, and/or was it relevant whether dwelling units were Class A or Class B to determine whether they could be used for short-term use prior to December 15th, 1961. And the reason I'm quoting from that is because we did ask the DOB to opine on directly this issue. And the notion that we're trying to shortcut our way through, was referenced by one of the board members. It's respectfully, that's not accurate at all. We're not trying to shortcut anything, but we want a declaration of our pre-existing non-conforming use rights. We've been seeking that since day one. And the notion of having to go all the way through this process, have a litigation and come before the board to then be sent back to file a different form, which according to the form, it's our understanding by looking at the form and analyzing it, and Mr. Roxbach did look at the form and analyze it and question the DOB about it, because it does require the filing of all this other stuff that's unrelated to the legal issue of whether we are a lawful pre-existing non-conforming use. And so that's our position. We're not trying to evade or take shortcuts. We're trying to get a legal determination. And, in our letter, the September 24th, 2024 letter, we cited to a whole raft of case law that says it doesn't matter what your CO says, or it doesn't matter that you didn't have a license or you had the wrong license. It matters what the use is. And that's cited in our
So
letter.
just for the record, and just responding to the specific allegation that your co-counsel would be quote unquote sent back, reading from a February 13th email to Mr. Augsbach from myself stating, please review and consider that a ZRD1 or CCD1 permit the applicant/appellant to provide the reasoning, the quote unquote why, an interpretation that is subject to challenge protocol at DOB, which may then subsequently be appealed to BSA. The ZRD1 and or CCD1 allow you to itemize challenges, for example, in the context of zoning. Quote, this building should get a CO because 1, side yards comply under ZR 23-461. Paraphrasing. 2, the challenge to an agency final determination before BSA is not in the breadth of I disagree with DOB or DOB should issue the CO. The board very specifically is conferred with jurisdiction to consider DOB's interpretations of zoning resolution building code provisions. See above when I reference the why. The board's authority on interpretative appeals is to consider the specific questions or disagreements regarding the interpretation of codes by DOB. Therefore, BSA has not yet been provided with a DOB final determination which raises, underline, specific challenges to interpretations of the zoning resolution or building code. End quote. That was from February 13th, where BSA staff had directed your client or your co-counsel to the procedure. No one is being sent back here. But again, the question before the board, the specific question and challenges, is DOB allowed to say, we can't do this via letter of verification, or must they approve this via letter of verification?
Well,
I have, I have to recognize my commissioner, Commissioner Otley Brown. She has had her hands up for a while. Go ahead, Commissioner Otley Brown.
Yes, I just wanted to say that my understanding of the procedure for opining on an issue is through the ZRD1 request to DOB for their interpretation of the various laws, rules, and regulations that govern them. And that acts as a door opener, basically, for you to then present the cases that you want to present to both DOE as well as to if you don't get the ruling that you would like to get, then through BSA and then further on. But it has to start with the specific key that opens the door. And that key is the ZRD1 or the CCD1. And you haven't opened the door with the proper key, basically.
Yeah, well put. Commissioner Otley Brown always has a very way of putting a complex matter into one sentence, and that is, she's absolutely right. Oftentimes when you're challenging a DOB determination or asking for interpretation, we have often asked applicants to go to DOB for a ZRD or CCD1 for a clarification on the interpretation. If your question is about interpretation, maybe that is the route to go. But if you want to change the use, then Alt1 CO is the way to go. But LOV is not.
And the charter has not conferred upon this board jurisdiction to question another agency's procedure. Its interpretation, yes, but its policies and procedure, no.
All right, well, a couple of things. What I heard about this CRD1 is called, I think it's correct, but it's used to interpret statutes. It cannot be used to interpret a certificate of occupancy of an existing building.
It is used for everything.
The certificate of
code,
occupancy is a requirement of the admin code.
CCD is used. For
CCD1 is for construction codes and admin code, and ZRD1 is for zoning resolution.
And
and this is coming from a licensed architect who has used many times.
I understand that's for zoning questions and for construction questions, but it's not to recognize a legal non-conforming use.
Again, this is not the body to tell you the path you have to pick. All we are saying, as Commissioner Otley Brown said, you have to pick the key to open the door and then seek DOB's approval, blessings, denial, whatever it is, and based on those state documents, then maybe BSA can take your appeal cases. This is not what is before us is, yes, the Supreme Court asked us to weigh in on this matter. And
just for
that
the-
is just with regards to the letter of verification, is it the process? And I think that there's a unanimous consensus here that it is not the process.
And just for the edification of the record, this board has directly handled appeals resulting from a denied ZRD1 relating to the interpretation of a certificate of occupancy. And I believe that was a hotel on the Upper East Side relating to its ability to whether there were transient parking spaces required by the CO, and there was a ZRD1 filed arguing interpretation of that certificate of
This
occupancy,
is the Waldorf Astoria.
which Department of Buildings was unsuccessful and challenging.
Yeah.
So it is something that the board handles when properly filed.
I do think because it is an interpretation of multiple dwelling law, it would be a CCD1, but you would have to verify that at DOB.
Your mic on? Is your mic on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, but are we talking just about a formal matter as in the name of the form? Because it seems to me that the same questions and documentations would be the ones that would be placed before the board. Even if you're correct, I mean, are we just talking about from a formality of the type of form? Because there is a precise question.
At the outset, the problem with filing a ZRD1 or CCD1 was the exorbitant costs of hiring experts and architects and engineers. And now you're admitting that it's just an argumentation piece that would be required to be filed. And it's a little confusing saying we didn't file this because of the legwork involved in filing an actual job number at DOB to get the right document to DOB so we could challenge it was too costly. But now understanding that all that's required in a ZRD1 is argumentation.
I'm sorry, I think I got a little lost. I was asking about putting form of a substance. Are you telling me that we should file the same documents with the same arguments with the DOB under a different form?
As I told you back in February, everything that you're alleging and arguing has to be done through a filing.
In fact, I remember now that what was the problem with it, because the only way to do that was to find as a predetermination. And the predetermination by its own definition.
Stop you right there. A lot of the things you're saying is not something the board can opine on, weigh in on review. So I think it's not helping.
Well, I beg to differ.
If I may, how about you state your
Thank you.
statement, and then we'll have DOB respond.
Okay.
Okay,
That way
because
there'll be a little bit less back and forth between us and.
Because at times I hear that the board is not prepared to speak about procedure of the DOB, and at times it's used as a sword and tell me that we use the wrong procedure. Certainly, it can be both ways.
Well, what is wrong procedure in this case is a letter of verification. That is the wrong procedure because by charter, it is not a final determination based on which BSA can appeal, exercise its appeal. That is very clear. So we're just citing all the different mechanisms that we are aware of that has come before BSA in appealing DOB's determination. Which one will work? It's for you to figure out and for you to work with DOB. But letter of verification is not the one that brings you to our door.
I have to bring to the chair's attention that the Supreme Court is agreed
with us.
I mean,
The court has not agreed. The court has just asked BSA to kind of accept the application and then make a determination. And we accepted the application as court directed. And based on the documents and the statute, we have, all five of us have kind of landed at the same answer.
I also would like to point out that in that litigation, counsel for the DOB opined on passing that the application for LOB might be the proper vehicle for I mean, I can share.
We'll let Department of Buildings speak to what they represent.
Oh, no, I have the document. I can put it on my screen.
Okay.
Maybe that. See, 1 second, please. Corporation Council Memo of Law, Exhibit F. Right. I'm not sure how to share my screen. Join us, panelists. Thank you.
Okay, and then share the screen.
Share screen. There you go. I want to share this screen. Share. So this is the memorandum of laws, a portion of it submitted by Corporation Council.
I'm sorry, is this part of the record?
Yes, yes, it is.
it's
Exhibit F to our letter.
This
Look,
was
it's here,
submitted.
look.
Then you,
It was submitted.
you can allow him to speak on
Yeah.
it.
So here we have it, and it says, thus, while the LOV may be the proper channel for determining what property has a non-conforming legal use under the zoning resolution, that is not a relevant question, and then the writer goes in another direction. But that pretty much seems to me that they agree.
No, it does not.
This, wow.
It says thus while the LOV may be, it's not saying it is, it said maybe.
DOB is clearly arguing that it was not the proper channel here.
Perhaps we can hear from the DOB what DOB considers a proper channel.
Okay, so
DOB stated in the denied letters of verification that the proper channel would be an Alt-CO.
A moment ago, with all due respect, you stated something else. You said will be the CD1.
No, a CCD1 or a ZRD1 is a document filed to argue an interpretation under the code in an alteration. It's a piece that goes in your alteration job.
Exactly.
So something with a job number gets filed at DOB. The supporting documentation might be plans, site survey, engineer's report, CCD1, ZRD1, AI1. I don't know. I don't work for the Department of
I
Buildings.
completely agree.
I think we have given too many,
We can hear from the Department of
yeah,
Buildings.
this is
Oh,
not,
wait, hold on. Could I please answer to that? Because as he correctly pointed out, those forms are used in conjunction with the work, with an ongoing job. We are not asking to make any alterations.
well, I
And
think,
DOB has a job called a no work alt as well.
And that one requires that we prepare plans anyway and stop and apparently the OSC considers our operation illegal today, but
can I just stop you right there? I think from every process that is legally appropriate for a determination that you're seeking, that we have cited, it seems it's coming down to the fact it requires us to do work, it requires us to do a lot of filing, it requires us to do this, and we don't think we need to do it because we are grandfathered. Well, that's fantastic, but then you have to get to that point, and that is not before us.
Chair, in a hypothetical world wherein a letter of verification is the only avenue to determine whether a property has a non-conforming legal use, DOB, as part of the process, may require the drawing of plans.
Okay.
And it's not for this board to question whether that's appropriate.
Okay, and all I would say is, you really are trying to find a process that suits you, but it's not a process that is acceptable by DOB to grant you what you're seeking.
it's not a grant. It's recognizing what we already have.
Okay.
Fine, okay.
Can you please let me finish?
Can
there?
we,
Go
I
through.
think we have finished, we're repeating.
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Anything different that you want to add? Anything in addition to what you have not stated?
No, not really. I don't have anything else to add.
Chair?
No, I'm not really, but whether we file plans or not, that's irrelevant to the issue of whether we're a pre-existing non-conforming use. It's totally irrelevant, and
But this board is telling you that it is relevant if it was filed correctly in a way that comports with the charter's jurisdiction to give this board the authority to hear this question. It is relevant. Everything you're saying is relevant to a filing that's directly appealable to us through the charter.
Right, but that position, Mr. Vine, has already been, well, our view is that position is form over substance. That's one. But more importantly, we've been through this before the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court has determined the board should hear the appeal. And now, here we are on our final day. And you're not really hearing the appeal. You're sending us back. You're saying we used the wrong form. It's like we're caught in a circle here. And so I
Okay.
just wanted to respond.
And the circle, to give you a car analogy, is you pull up to a Jiffy Lube for a tire change and you pulled into the bay one that says oil changes only. And the guy says, I'm so sorry, I'm not the tire change guy. Go to bay two and you sue the business for denial of service.
And no, to correct that analogy, you go pull into bay A1 as opposed to bay 2, and the bay 2 guy is the one who does the work you want. But the boss came in, that's the court, and said, guy in bay 1, do the lube job.
And no one is saying that Jiffy Lube is refusing to help you, but it can't be done in bay one. Tire changes are not done in
Because
bay
we don't
one,
have all
they're
the
done in bay
equipments
two.
Yeah, all the equipment's for.
So we're hearing your
in bay
appeal.
one.
I don't
Okay,
think there's anything missing. I mean, this appeal is really strictly a question of law. Do we agree on that? I mean, it's strictly a question. of whether it
No,
was-
no, we don't agree on that. This appeal is strictly a question of procedure.
Well, the question of procedure was already decided by the court. This is
No,
really-
it is not. That is what we are here. The question of procedure is letter of verification is the method, and we are saying letter of verification is not the method for what you're seeking the guidance of, or where you're seeking,
And to the court, 666A, an interpretation of 666A, and we're preserving our objection, is that the board does not have the authority to hear a denied letter of verification. Given that the court ordered that we accept the appeal, we are hearing a denied letter of verification. The question on the letter of verification is, was DOB rational in denying it and saying, file the alt CO for what you're asking for? Must DOB grant your letter of verification, or were they rational in saying everything you're saying is fine, but it has to be done at window 2?
okay, yes, Mr.
Yes, Madam Chair. I think, again, just going back to the question of remedy. I think the question here, and again, I'm only stating this to be clear for the applicants and for everyone involved. It appears that the question is that their argument is that they're a lawful use as this hotel use, and they've been there. I think the issue that keeps bouncing around is that the mechanism, the thing that DOB would opine on for the board then to deliberate hasn't happened. And I think that's the problem. The format and how it goes through DOB, we could allow DOB to speak, DOB could speak on that. But I think the question, it is the question to the board that they're a grandfathered lawfully existing use with the C of O and nothing needs to happen. There's not, I think, if I'm understanding correctly, that mechanism hasn't occurred for the board to deliberate on that question. I just wanted to be clear that I'm understanding.
Disagreement between the appellant and DOB. DOB is saying, we haven't opined on that. And the appellant is arguing, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that an LOV is the correct method to demonstrate that. And DOB is saying, no, it's not. File something. And we'd love to hear it.
Well, we filed something, but yeah, your summary was correct, but we did file something, and I'm not quite grasping the differences between what we filed and what DOB would like us to form, other than it's just a different form with the same backup documentation.
It's not this.
Maybe we should hear from DOB then.
Like, that sounds good. Sounds good.
DOB?
DOB?
I'm gonna stop the share screen.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Shane Rosengold, and I'm an assistant general counsel at the DOB. I guess I first want to begin by saying that we agree with the board that the LOV letter of verification is not the mechanism to get an approval for a non-conforming use as a transient use, given the existing COs for Class A. And I think there is a very fundamental misunderstanding that Appellants Counsel has, because they are asking for confirmation that the COs, they seem to be asking for confirmation that the COs are showing a non-conforming use, and they're not. And I'm just going to, I had a much longer presentation, but I think because the board understands already what the definition of Class A versus Class B and that the COs are controlling, I'm just going to discuss the zoning resolution and the definition of what a non-conforming use is. The premises unlawful use cannot be grandfathered pursuant to the zoning resolution because transient occupancy was contrary to the COs and thus not a lawful use at the time of the adoption of the 1961 zoning resolution. So the appellant is arguing that transient use should be permitted to continue at the premises as a non-conforming use pursuant to 1961 section 5211 because transient uses were permitted in the zoning district at the time of the CO's issuance. 1961 zoning resolution section 5211 states, a non-conforming use may be continued except as otherwise provided in this chapter. A non-conforming use of a building was defined in section 1210 as, quote, any lawful use which does not conform to any one or more of the applicable use regulations of the district in which it is located, either on the effective date of this resolution or as a result of any subsequent amendment thereto. Therefore, to be a non-conforming use, the use had to be a lawful use established prior to December 15th, 1961. Here, the subject building COs are for heretofore converted Class A multiple dwellings, and Class A did not authorize transient use. Since transient use was not permitted according to the classification on the COs, transient hotel was not a lawful use, or a transient inn. However, they, I know they were not a hotel and are not asking to be considered a hotel, but even if they were considered a rooming house or lodging house at that time, which based on the size, if they had had transient occupancy, they would have been, they still would not have been lawful unless they were designated Class A on the COs. Since transient use was not lawful, it could not have been established as a non-conforming use per the 1210 definition. While the grandfathering provisions of section 5211 allow a non-conforming use to continue, the provision is not applicable to a use that was never lawfully established as a non-conforming use. That transient uses were permitted in the zoning district is irrelevant because they were not permitted in the subject buildings by the COs. The COs authorized Class A multiple dwellings. Therefore, the only lawful use established at these premises as of December 15, 1961 was Class A multiple dwellings. Appellant also cited in their submission in their papers case law for the proposition that failure to obtain a CO does not render a use illegal for purposes of non-conforming status. However, the cases are not about establishing the non-conforming use, but the discontinuance of a non-conforming use. Here, a non-conforming use has not been established because transient use was never a lawful use. So the subject building COs classify them as heretofore converted Class A multiple dwellings. So since the COs were issued in 1961, the subject buildings have been permitted to be used for permanent residential use, a use that does not include short-term stays. A letter of verification is confirmation that a certain use is authorized consistent with the COs. So it was proper for DOB to refuse to issue letters of verification to appellant, confirming the subject building's legal use as an inn or for short-term stays. Accordingly, the department respectfully requests that the board deny the appellant's request to direct the department to issue letters of verification for such transient uses at the premises.
Can you submit what you stated regarding section 5211?
Yes.
Yeah.
Stated, can you just submit that?
Yes. I think it is also on my submission at page 8. I mean, it's maybe stated slightly different. It basically is was covered in our initial submission. Section 5, the premises unlawful use cannot be grandfathered pursuant to the zoning resolution. Although I did reword it a little bit, but the sections are there.
I do remember, yes, section 5, 5211, because transit use, yes.
I'd like to
So-
respond when the board is ready.
Yeah, just one second.
And I also did just want to add something else. We did mention the 2010 amendment to the definition, but it was just to provide a comprehensive background, and also that the 2010 amendment was just a clarification on the Class A definition. It has always been for permanent residential use. So I just wanted to make that clear, and that the department was applying the MDL definition that was in effect at the time the COs were issued. We weren't looking to 2010. We just had given that for the full background on the Class A definition, because it has been amended in very minor ways, where now it is clarified that permanent residential use means 30 days or more, and the as a rule language was removed. But Class A has always meant permanent resident use.
Yes, I think Commissioner Otley Brown first raised her hand, and then Commissioner Sheta. Go ahead, Commissioner Otley Brown.
This is for DOB. Could you tell the board, as well as the appellant, what would be the appropriate path for them to be able to have that conversation with DOB as to whether or not they are legally entitled to continue their non-conforming use? And then if an agreement could not be reached between DOB and them, that we could then hear that appeal.
They could file a ZRD1 asking for confirmation, or to request that the transient use may be recognized as a lawful non-conforming use.
We're not asking
As
for.
I stated, I don't believe that they are a non-conforming use.
No, I know, but I'm just saying,
but
you don't even have to opine on the substance of the question. Just how would they be able to begin that process with you?
They could file a ZRD1, and yes, they could file the ZRD1. But I just did want to reiterate that they were told that the alt CO, if they the alt CO application would be the appropriate way to change the use, and they would need to obtain a new CO if permitted by zoning.
We don't need DOB to opine on the likelihood of success of any filing that has not yet been made.
Okay, any other questions, Commissioner Otley Brown? Okay, Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. You indicated that DOB, or that's what I understood at least, that DOB look at this as unlawful use. And my understanding from what you said is the unlawfulness stems from not the use being not permitted back then in 1950 or so, when that use started, but it's because of the certificate of occupancy of that building indicates that this is a Class A, and Class A does not permit permanent residential. Did I get it right?
No, sorry. Class A does not permit Class A does not permit transient use. Class A has always been for predominantly, the historic definition was as a rule, which was, predominantly you had to be permanent residential use.
And
so
this is why.
Yes, because the Class A use and the COs are the controlling documents as per the city charter.
Okay. And should they have filed the ZRD? The answer could have been yes or no. But with my understanding, with the letter of verification, the answer is always yes, or the letter is denied. Is that like a...
Yeah, ask your question. You re-ask your question, Commissioner.
So a letter of...
Commissioner Sheta, can you ask your question?
Yes. With the ZRD, if I'm an applicant and I submitted a ZRD saying, I have this situation, can you consider this as a legal non-conforming use, and can I continue that based on such and such? The answer to a ZRD could have been yes or no. But it sounds like, for me at least, to understand, with the letter of verification, the answer is always yes, or at least the letter is denied. The denial means that this is not the proper channel, or at least it's no. Did I get it right again?
Yes. The letter of verification is confirmation based on existing department records. And we could not verify based on the existing department records because the existing department records reflected Class A, which is not,
Yes.
they were asking for verification for short-term stays, and we could not, isn't to be an in or for short-term stays, and we could not verify that based on the records because the records reflected reflected Class A, which indicates permanent residential occupancy. Whereas the ZRD1 is asking for an interpretation.
Just to buttress the commissioner's question, did DOB records in denying the letter of verification confirm that the CO was the governing document and correctly reflected the CO was correct?
Yes, they filed, they filed alteration applications to obtain the COs in 1961. So we looked at those records and they very clearly were asking to be considered Class A.
Yes, I remember one of the buildings, I think, was formerly a Class B, which was being, it said formally to changed to a Class A. So the 1961 CO was very clear that it was changing a use from a Class B to a Class A at that time. And so based on what was requested, then the Class A use was appropriate, and the CO was filed. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that is correct. And we included that as an exhibit, the alteration records, the log.
Yeah, yes. Go ahead, Mr. Yaffe.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to respond to two things. First of all, the changes that were made to the building in 1960, which resulted in a recognition that it had been a Class B building, but was now a Class A building, had nothing to do with the use. There was no change in the use of the building. It was a change in the classification building of the building at that time. More importantly, I've listened very carefully to Ms. Rosengold's arguments on behalf of the building department. And she, the way I hear it, she is inviting this board to consider her argument on behalf of the Department of Buildings that this is not a pre-existing non-conforming use. So here we are.
The board doesn't have jurisdiction to render a decision on that question.
Well, the lion's share of her argument to the board was just that. And she was arguing that position on behalf.
We're not.
This board could be asked what its favorite paint color is, and I'd instruct them to not opine.
Well, this is hardly someone's paint color or, which Jiffy Lube bay someone pulls into. This is the quintessential core issue that was argued.
And for 7 months, this agency has tried to assist your co-counsel in getting the question before this board, and it has not yet been filed.
But here we are following a court rule.
I think DOB may state what it wants to state with regards to 5211 and this is their opinion or suggestions, but that is not what the court directed us to do, and what is before us is just regards to the letter of verification. And I'm going to stick to that. Unless I'm told otherwise, I'm going to stick to that. Yes, Mr. Costanza.
Yeah, I think just to go back to Commissioner Sheeta's line of questioning for the Department of Buildings, maybe this could help a little bit. But again, let's in the hypothetical leave the CO vote out of it. Let's say there's an error, it's defective. The question of a lawful non-conforming use as being presented for the Department of Buildings, would that also be a ZRD1? I mean, it's not a matter of interpreting 5211 or the provisions of Article 5, Chapter 4, but this question, I think that keeps, the applicants keep, introducing is that I guess there's a dispute here with respect to the status. I mean, we could take the C of O out of it for a second and let's just call because we've seen defective C of Os in the past. I'm not saying that's the case here, but in the hypothetical, what would be the process for them to ask DOB that they believe they have a lawful non-conforming use or something that's maybe different than what the C of O is saying? And what would that mechanism look like that in the event that the outcome is not agreed upon could be challenged? Again, going back to an administrative remedy, it just sounds like something is missing in this process here.
I believe that's a question for
Well,
DOB.
that's for DOB.
Yes.
For properties that don't have certificates of occupancy, they can request a letter of no objection for a certain use. But I just want to be clear that these properties do have certificate of occupancy, and as per the city charter, section 645E, DOB cannot look beyond certificates of occupancy to determine lawful occupancy. Section 645E states in relevant part, every certificate of occupancy shall, unless and until set aside, vacated or modified by the Board of Standards and Appeals or a court of competent jurisdiction, be and remain binding and conclusive upon all agencies and officers of the city. New York City Administrative Code section 28-118.3.2 also prohibits building owners from changing the use of a building if the change would be inconsistent with the last issued COs. So these buildings do have COs. We have the alteration records that show that they were choosing to convert, and I do not believe any mistake was made. So I don't see why this, why it would be, why we would, or why such a scenario.
I only asked that question only to loop back to where this began, and that was, okay, let's say in the hypothetical, I think it was the DOB's recommendation that they had to file an alt, right? So even if they were successful in an argument that they somehow were lawfully non-conforming and entitled to that, and let's say the C of O, however, correct or not correct, let's call it ministerial for a second, right? That change or that correction would still require that alt filing?
They could do a ZRD1 to have the transient use, to request the interpretation that transient use may be recognized as a lawful non-conforming use at the premises. I guess I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Yeah, no, I think that's, yeah, I was only doing this to provide clarity for everyone. I'm sorry, there's been a lot of discussion today, and
Question, whether this can be ever made via letter of verification. And I see that Ms. Miller has her hand up, so I'm going to promote her to panelist.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
They would have to follow through with getting the alt CO filed.
Just say your name and presentation, please.
I'm sorry, this is Felicia Miller, Deputy General Counsel at Department of Buildings. I can't hear.
Please state what you were saying. We didn't hear.
Lily, you broke up a little bit. I'm sorry. Can you please repeat that?
Okay, yes. I was saying that they would have to file for the alt C of O at the end of the day. The ZRD1 would not be sufficient. I think that was in response to your question, whether they would have to file an alt C of O.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, but as long as we have both Ms. Miller and Ms. Rosengold, isn't it a fact that an application to change a C of O, it's an application for a change of use? I mean, isn't that contrary to the notion that we have a use today, would like it to be recognized?
I'm sorry, this isn't
This is not.
This is not the
for-
forum. This isn't the forum to
This
have
is-
open mic with DOB.
Yeah, this is a discussion you need to have with DOB with all the necessary documents to do that. This is not.
Well, we had the discussion and we're appealing to determinations as is the discussion.
No, this is not.
The board
forum. I
will render its
apologize.
determination on the specific question, but if you have questions about how to proceed, that's something that can be done outside of the scope of this interpretative appeal with the Department of Buildings.
A different comment, responding, she mentioned on passing, Ms. Rosengold, that if we do not have a C of O, the proper channel would be a letter of no objections, correct?
I'm so sorry. Both parties here to this appeal have recognized that there is a valid CO. We are not going to talk about letters of no objection, which DOB discussed are only appropriate when there is no valid CO outside the scope of this appeal.
Agreed. I just wanted to point out that it's the same application, process. The back of the information barriers I have on my screen, if the board would like to see it, the code notes explaining from the DOB explaining how to go about both applications. But it's the same procedure. I submitted it with my exhibit
Yes, we did see it.
E. All right.
Yes.
If you're aware of it, I don't want to add it.
And I just wanted to note that Mr. Oxbach asking the representatives from DOB, the question it was really a follow-up to the question that was asked by one of the board members of this body. So respectfully, he was just trying to get further clarification of that. It wasn't like we were trying to do an end run and have a discussion that's not appropriate here. It was a follow-up. So I just wanted to respectfully.
We have received the exhibit E, which talks about the difference between letter of no objection versus letter of verification. And I have it on my screen. I did see it, and I did also see it, so I did, I mean, I think some of the things that I quoted was from this document.
All right, then I think I only have one last point to make. I mean, we all know that in 2010, the MDL was substantially amended. The bill jacket shows that the purpose of this amendment was to close the Class A hotels, mostly occurring on the Upper West Side. We have the statute and we have both the statute and the amendments and the bill jacket itself. But with that, knowing all that, can somebody seriously argue that transient use was not permitted at all in Class A? I mean, if that had been the case, then of course, we wouldn't have needed an amendment.
I think
Don't know if that helps your argument.
I
It's the board's position and the Department of Buildings' position that Class A occupancy has always been for permanent residential uses for 30 days or more. And there are such things as Class A hotels, which are long-term stay hotels for 30 days or more.
Well,
I believe DOB has a hand up.
we also have.
Okay. Oh, yes, go ahead. Is it Felicia or? It's
Ms.
Faith
Rosengold?
Rosengold, okay.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I think actually, General Counsel Vine has covered what I was going to say, but I was just going to say that I don't think it's, well, I think I will just let him proceed. My apologies.
Okay.
Then we have the flip case. We have SROs, clearly Class B buildings, hotels occupied consistently as rent controlled, not stabilized since the 40s. If that's not permanent, somebody has been there for 70 years. I don't know what permanent residence is.
SROs are not categorically transiently occupied.
No, yes, okay. I can repeat the same thing. I'll move the SRO word.
No,
For
but
example,
I'm sorry,
the
but
Senate Hotel.
you are making statements in
Fair
support
enough.
of your case.
We'll drop the SRO portion.
Saying that because that's.
Does this help the issue before the board?
Yes, only in the sense that transient is not what the DOB is offering it to be. It wasn't at least not in 1961.
What
It
is your
as of-
understanding of what transient occupancy in New York City in 1961 means?
That's exactly what I was getting at, and thank you for asking. See, there's a reason why the law did not regulate, any city law regulate.
No, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to cut you off right there. There's a temporal aspect to the word transient. On a calendar in 1961, what did transient occupancy mean? Did it mean that you can occupy a building for more than 30 days, less than 30 days, or 30 days less? Because in your papers, you said that Class B was a lesser included subgroup of Class A. Is that your argument?
Not quite, and we'll get to that. Unfortunately, the lawgivers have not given us a definition of transient, and we don't have one from the court.
I disagree with you because MPL very clearly defines what a Class A and Class B is. And the differentiation between Class A and Class B, as I would read clearly from the MDL definition at that time.
What year,
applicable,
please?
Class A, please, it says, it is a multiple dwelling which is occupied as a rule for permanent residence purposes. This class shall include tenements, flat house, maisonette apartments, apartment house, apartment hostel, bachelor's apartments, studio apartments, duplex apartment, kitchenette apartment, garden type maisonette dwellings, and all other multiple dwellings except Class B multiple dwellings. Permanent residence purpose shall therefore consist of occupancy of a dwelling, and I'm using the definition of what a permanent residence is. It shall consist of occupancy of a dwelling unit by the same natural person or family for 30 consecutive days or more as a person or family so occupying a dwelling unit shall be referred to herein as the permanent occupants of such dwelling unit. And Class B is saying which is occupied as a rule transiently as the more or less temporary abode of individuals or families who are lodged with or without meals. This class shall be deemed to include and shall include hotels, lodging houses, rooming houses, boarding schools, lodging, clubhouse, college, school, dorms, furnished rooms, house, etc. And the permanent residency purpose is that 30-day rule that clearly states.
I would like to point out that that is a definition from 2010.
No,
Okay, I'm gonna recognize DOB.
this is from 1950.
DOB has already argued that the 2010 amendment only provided further clarity to what has already existed. I'm gonna recognize DOB.
I'm sorry, but can you please confirm that definition that you read is from 2010?
This is from.
Sorry.
No, not.
Ms. Rosengold, please.
I suggest that if you find that something that was said by the board is incorrect,
Appeal
that
us.
is better than just back and forth.
Okay, I have it on my screen. I have the law from
I'm going to recognize Ms. Rosengold.
Sorry, I would like to clarify. I'd said that in 2010, permanent residence occupancy was defined as 30 days, and that was put in as a clarification. But I believe that the definition that Chairperson Chanda read was the definition that was in effect when the COs were issued. But the defining of permanent residence occupancies was added in 2010. However, even in, when the MDL was amended, when I say last amended, it was amended in 54. So that would have, the definition would have been the Class A definition,
And
applying.
I'd just like to, someone's not muted.
No, I just was muted.
So I'd just like to make clear that the issue on appeal before this board is whether DOB was rational in stating file an alt CO, letter of verification denied. I believe the board has heard a full record on this question. I'll allow the appellant one more opportunity to make its record, and then I suggest we go to the public.
Go ahead.
Well, as the Assistant General Counsel thankfully confirmed for us that the definition that you read was actually from 2010. It begs the question of what was in effect back in 1961. In 1961, there was no such definition. But whatever the definition, whatever may have been in the minds of the legislators, it was clearly not daily stays. Because when you look at the definitions for for Class B, among the examples, we find odd creatures like college dormitories, and let me find the word again. Oh, thank you. College boarding houses, boarding schools, lodgings, clubhouses, school dormitories. And I think they've also been interpreted to include later on convents and nunneries, none of which are meant for daily use. And on the flip side, on the Class A, we have the, let's see, apartment hotels. Were those rented monthly? Were those rented? Is that a permanent concept of an apartment hotel? Somebody lives there forever, or the duplex apartments house. My point goes back to the city law. The city did not regulate it. There is no city law anywhere until 1961 that will tell you that you cannot use a dwelling for daily, weekly, monthly, or yearly stays. There is no restriction. The DOB has no point in 20.
And along with that, the MDL that we're talking about, the pre-1961, was describing Class A dwelling is a multiple dwelling which is occupied as a rule, and then it gives all these examples. And Class B, multiple dwelling, which is occupied as a rule, and it gives a bunch of examples. None of that language was prescriptive. None of that language said, thou shalt not use, or Class A shall only be used for ... It was describing the types of uses or of a building that were subject to the Class A construction or, safety requirements, or the Class B safety and construction requirements. It wasn't prescriptive until 2010, when the MDL language was changed. And, we discussed that in the letter. I don't know that I need to reiterate that, but I just wanted, to point that out.
So, and I just want to make very clear for this record, it is your position, appellant, that DOB must approve the LOV and was irrational in suggesting that an alt CO be filed to accept, entertain, hear this argument. Yeah, it's a yes or no. Must DOB issue the LOV?
I'm sorry, but it's a composite question.
We are an interpretative board in a quasi-judicial setting. It's a yes or no. Must DOB have issued your LNO? And therefore, this board has to reverse. LOV.
Yes. To the question, the answer is.
And therefore, it would be irrational to say file an alt CO.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Should we go to the public?
Council?
Can we go to the public and come back to hold your, please? If it's nothing new.
It's responding to what's just been said by the appellant.
First, yeah.
Is Tony speaking? I can't hear her.
Sorry. Thank you, Jella. I turned it off because it was too many people. The case we're currently discussing is 2024-35A and 2024-37A, 30 and 32 8th Avenue, Manhattan. Should you wish to discuss, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 160-153-4213 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if there's Zoom room already, you will please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand on the computer screen, at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Commissioner Shedder, Zane, hand is also.
Who's that? Commissioner Shedder, what did you want to say?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm glad that I just hear the appellant co-counsel indicated that the older MDL made it clear that Class A allows for permanent residence. Yes.
Or that it's not relevant to this appeal.
Yes,
The only question before this board is, how does one go about making such arguments in the face of a valid CO? Ms. Rosengold.
Ms. Rosengold.
Hi, I was just going to clarify, and I know this was already discussed, and then I don't want to bring up something that it's not entirely relevant, but I just wanted to be really clear that the definition that we applied in 1954 was a Class A multiple dwelling is a multiple dwelling which is occupied as a rule for permanent residence purposes. So Class A, it was for permanent residence purposes. They were coming in and asking to, for letters of verification that the existing DOB records showed that they were a transient use. They were not, because Class A was for, as a rule, for permanent residence purposes. So DOB told them we could not issue letters of verification. They would need to apply for an alt CO. An alt CO is appropriate because they're trying to change the use. An alt CO is for altering an existing building where there's a change to the use, occupancy, or egress. They want to now be transient, to have transient use, which would be Class B. And there are different fire safety and egress requirements for transient use properties, because you have guests, staying temporarily who don't necessarily know, where the exits are. There are different requirements. So I think it was entirely rational for DOB to tell them that they needed, the appropriate avenue would be for them to obtain a new CO for transient use.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. I have to say, the sections of the Lexington law was very clear to me in terms of what MDL meant at that time, and that's what I did.
That's not the appeal that has yet been filed before this board.
No, but just want to make of the law and of
Chair,
there's
Chair, I
been a-
apologize. You're cutting in and out. We can't hear you.
All I'm saying is that I relied on the Lexington, because it was also based on a 1940 CO and how MDL was applied at that time and what it meant. And that I was very clear in understanding that. So again, thank you all for your statement. And I see, has there been any change in any opinion or anything on your deliberation, commissioners, based on what you have heard?
No.
No. Okay, then I'm going to make a motion to close. Chair Shonda? Aye. Vice Chair Shabeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon?
Decision.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes the public 2024. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you.
Oh, there it is. All right, please